of me now, the fortune of the realm. Come on, I say now to wipe out the traitors. The earth trembles as we gather ashore for the lands we swear to hold. For our kingdom glorious.
Malphite. All right, here we go. Just
still going for this space. You would as Chimera super low.
But there's the Rakan coming in for the shielding. The shielding again. Oh
my God! And everyone bow down to Venom Crest. Two-time champions. Bow down to Jim.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the UKEL Week 4 Day 1. I am here with Toast and Gov from Broad and Friends. Rise versus Broad on stage. How are we feeling, gentlemen, about this upcoming match? I know there's a lot on this, there's a lot of stakes here for both these teams, a lot of importance behind this match. So why don't we just get right into it? Tell me what you guys are feeling.
Yeah.
Buzzing.
Good to see you. Yeah, good to see you. It's good. I'm excited for the match. It looks to be good. Rise being on a bit of a downslope at the moment, but have that spark to do something. We've seen a couple times in the matches. They have won a series here and there, once. Broad and Friends also.
The team didn't turn up.
I know. But my main question really for Broad. So having Gov here, affiliated with Broad and Friends, I want to ask some questions. So, my main focus I want to talk about is this bot lane, because there's been some interesting parts from both bot lanes coming from these teams. How do you feel it's going to unfold this evening?
Well, I think Akers, this is where he's going to prove that he's, your new girlfriend. It's better than your old. We all know the Avril Lavigne song.
Right.
And
why?
He recently transitioned. Yeah, he recently transitioned to support, didn't he? So how's that been going?
Yeah, he's done really, really well. We tried to do it last split. Realized that it was kind of a bit too early for that transition to play out. So he's had the off season now to get to grips with things. Him and Sin were duoing quite a lot in the off season, and he's warmed up now. He's ready to commit to this kind of role swap. He kind of did everything within the UK scene as a top laner. He's won the league multiple times now. Won Insomnia as it. So it's something he wanted to do for a really, really long time. And he's transitioning into it really, really well. I think he's a kind of player that's really, really versatile with that kind of game knowledge that he brings to everything. So him coming in with that, I've got full faith.
That's good.
Splendid. Looking at obviously the roster here, and with these changes, going from top to support and everything, I'm assuming the team's going into this match pretty confident, to continue showing what they have for the day. Now, obviously, Rise now sitting in 9th, right? Would like to win this match to go up to 8th, avoid the relegation tournament. And as for Broad and Friends, I'm sure you guys are aiming for that first spot. You guys aren't too far off of Absolve. Tell me, Gov, how does it feel, or what's the game plan for the rest of the split? Because you guys still got some decent matches ahead of you. We're
going to keep ramping up. We've only gone 1-on-1 so far, apart from the default win we've got now versus the team that's gone. So this is the first one where we're kind of looking. We need to be a clean 2-0 for this, really. We don't traditionally start very well in the regular season, but we really come into playoffs. At least for the last 2 splits, that's kind of been how it works out for us. So we've definitely been tested so far. Every single team so far has taken a game off us. It's only been 1-1. I'd say that all of the series so far, I'm biased obviously, but I think the games that we won were much cleaner and much stronger than the games that we've lost. So although we're sitting at 1-on-1 versus everyone so far, I think we have still looked like one of the stronger teams in the league. We're against a lot of easier opponents for the next few matches. So I'm expecting a consistent run of some 2-0s to make sure we get to kind of that top 4 for some preferential seeding when it comes to playoffs. But at the end of the day, it's a very forgiving playoff format. We're kind of looking to be in there top 2 at least. We're looking to win it all. So regardless of where we end up in regular season, it's all about the playoffs for us.
Right, of course. And knowing that the playoffs are what you guys want to focus on, how does that impact the way you go about drafting? Do you guys like test things out across the season to really kind of get a feel for what you want to play, or is it something that you guys kind of already have your game plan for every game?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we've had a long off season of practice. We had a few games back in December, and then we took a bit of a break for a while. But the schedule's been pretty consistent now. The backroom staff, it kind of took a while for us to see what direction we were going to go in for that. But we've got Mitch, Little Pants, previous player from the league, and Paul, our jungler from previous split, who's coming to help us now. So we've got a bit more direction for there. And throughout the scrims, I think we're finding our feet a little bit more with the picks that we're kind of looking to get, and kind of figuring out the meta as it goes along.
Right. Nice. Gonna take a little bit to change the topic. Looking at Rise now and their team, right? Hopefully we get the the team roster up on screen. How do we feel about Rise? They haven't had the best season. There's some players here, Jamsu, Ketsuo, who this team relies on, but need, and they previously have not had the best of showings. Going into this match, they're obviously going to look to try and take a game off here. You guys, as you have said, have not had a single 2-0. So hopefully they're looking to find some vulnerabilities in your team. I'm sorry to say to you. But how do we feel about Rise going into this series, and the players that are really key towards winning their matches?
This is going to be one. Oh, sorry, go on, you go.
That's right. One thing I wanted to highlight was, we got some there's some tenured players here. They've been been competing for a while. Something we saw specifically against Verdant was Ketsuo having some real strikes of just wonderful play, playing some 3v1s, winning these fights, playing with Silas, these kind of better carrier champions. He seems to have a bit more control in the mid lane and is able to roam, get a bit more going on. But it kind of falters, I think, mostly in the jungle. So if they could focus on that tonight, I do think they could put a bit more of a challenge for Broad today.
Yeah. I mean, this is one of the matches that's going to be a bit of a grudge thing for Ketsuo and Jam. They've kind of been left in some ways. Ketsuo has been all around the league now, played with our boys, Akaz and Sin, for a really, really long time previously. It's a friendly rivalry, but at the same time, there is going to be a little bit behind it. I think everyone on our team is we can't lose to these guys. And equally, I think the guys on Rise and the backroom staff as well, especially with us kind of, we've taken 3 of their roster from last split, so there's going to be a little bit of animosity towards that, understandably. So if anyone's going to want to have kind of a bit of a personal reason to be going through this game, it's not just going to be any other team. And specifically on Rise, where I can see them, Ketsuo, he does have some high highs, he's had some low lows, bit of an inconsistent player, but he can definitely go toe to toe with Bear Tree on his best day. Right. So it's an option for them there. I remember we were talking on the Saturday show and we were thinking Rise really does need to start picking up some wins somewhere, because there's only one team that's going to be left in relegation. And I see Ketsuo as one of the options that if in an individual game, if he can pop off and do really, really well, then that's an option for them.
Yeah. Speaking of toe to toe, head to head, Jamsu and Akaz, right?
Yeah.
Akaz swapping to support, as you said. Jamsu, already a seasoned support player. What is the perspective from both of you on this matchup? Because at the end of the day, support, you're playing for your ADC, but there's a lot of ways that the style of support that you are can heavily impact the team. What kind of style of support do you think Akaz is, going from top to support, and how do you think it's going to pair up against Jamsu? I want to hear from both of you.
Yeah, so Jamsu, as we've seen, he does like his enchanters. Definitely likes his enchanters, and I think we've wanted to see more of that, as Rob would call it, the Brexit support, that heavy engage, starting the fights where they can. I do think we'll see more of the enchanter side tonight. I think Rise are definitely going to look to scale, especially coming into Broader Friends with a little more aggression in their bot lane. But beyond that, it can kind of go either way. He might surprise.
Okay,
I'd rather be if I was Rise, I'd want to be putting Jam back on the Leonas and the Nautiluses. I think that's where they can get back in there and really try. Akaz is still, I would say, kind of finding the things that he wants. He's got a lot of weird individual picks that he's kind of going for. I mean, transitioning from top lane into bot, you got things like Poppy, but in scrims, he's been really, really enjoying his Bard. That's a really, really cool individual pick that I'd love to see from him as well.
Am I going to see the Lee Sin support?
I don't think so on that one. Maybe if Camille, support was back in the meta or something like that. I don't think there's too many top lane options to draw from at the moment, unfortunately.
All right, so then kind of cutting you off a little bit, what are the predictions now? We've talked a little bit about the match, guys. What are we thinking? I feel like if we look across the board, it seems to be all broad. 2-0. I guess it's just going off of standings, it's at least for me, I gotta say, it's I wanted it to be 1-1. I'm hoping for Rise to take a win here, but just the history does not, in my view, favor them right now.
Yeah, no, definitely. I'm always, as I've said before, I'm always down. I would love a more challenging, a more like both sides having a great game, than it being a landslide either way. But yeah, based on history, based on the performance as it is, I do think 2-0 Brogue.
I'm hoping 2-0 and it's just 2 15-minute wins, to be honest.
You don't want to see some action? You don't want to see like some tension? You just want
I'm sick of drama at this point. I just want to be a clean 2-0. Let me go have a shower and then we'll be chilling.
League,
yeah. Statement.
All right.
Statement matchup.
Looks like we've got the predictions out. The stage is set. I guess all that's really left is to, wait and see what the draft looks like as we head right on into it. So Rise is going to be on blue side, Brottenfred's on red. Hopefully these teams have the picks that they want for this. What are you expecting to see out of Rise coming into this as we start to see the bands kind of show up?
So from what I've seen, I'm hoping that like in terms of picks, Ketsua I would like to see on some sort of carry, something that can do the job that needs to be done instead of kind of that more utility, almost that kind of like mid support, like something like an Orianna or such can do damage, but it kind of takes a back foot to someone like an ADC or a top laner. We're seeing a lot of jungle, a lot of I think Mbessa's also going to be a jungle ban from Rise themselves. What these bans from Broad is just like a kind of a blanket ban. No one likes Varus.
A lot of like anti-poke range, right?
I mean, Varus just going to get rid of that immediately. Like if they're on blue side, so just take that away easily. Azir, Ketsuo, he can play it, so another difficult one there for us to be ganking, I suppose, as well. I'm going to go and open up our draft sheet and have a look at our prep, so I actually have I have an additional resource over you guys. I'm really sorry. Let's go do some research.
Yeah. Meanwhile, while Gov does his research, Vi is going to be locked in here from Rise as the first pick. Toast, what do you think about that early lock-in for the Vi? Obviously a very popular jungle right now, pairs with a lot of different champions, the Ahri namely. And Mbessa was banned by Rise, so that's another pairing that's kind of popular. But what are we thinking about that?
Yeah, Vi, I think we've seen Cure on it, I think the one time, I believe, maybe more. But yeah, the one time, he showed strong, but it was, I think Vi does play a little stronger when they're able to kind of get into bot lane cryo. Whether that happens this game will be substantial to Vi's performance throughout the game.
Ooh, got Gwen and Yunara from Broad. Nice amount of scaling already off of the R1 and R2. How are we feeling about that, Gov? That follow the draft sheet?
No, it apparently it says, it's written here, if they don't ban Gwen, we ban Gwen apparently, so
okay.
we've just decided to take it, so I'm happy with that, to be honest. And Iki, he's been really impressive so far this split. Still relatively kind of new to the league and new to everything. He had a really good split last split. We noticed that, picked him up for it, and he's been one of the most consistent performers so far for us this split, actually. Everyone's kind of had up and down games, I'd say, so far, but Aniki's been one of those that's been pretty solid for us in general, so I'm happy to put him on something like Gwen, keep the carry going.
Nice. Yeah, Gwen's super popular champion right now, very durable, can survive weather a lot. Taking it early on, though, you're going to expect to see, counters. Jax now being brought into discussion with Ezreal on a set of Rise. And so kind of revealing, the top side already. The ADC's been locked in. I'm curious as to what kind of support we end up seeing from Accuracy. As he said, he's had a lot of unique champion picks. I wonder if we'll just see him go into the Enchanter, though, obviously, Yunara. So maybe that just might be the play. Oh, whoa! Bear Tree locking in Graves for his jungler, I'm assuming. How are we feeling about that?
Yeah, I've seen Tweak play Graves before, I think in scrims. Pretty good from him in the past. We've got a really squishy kind of heavy carry top side, so I'm hoping we don't see Akers on anything like Alistair. He's not been too good on on those kind of picks so far. But I'm not sure really what pairs well with Yunara at the moment, to be honest. I would like to point out, to be fair though, DDD on Ezreal. I don't think he played in UKEL last split. But when I've seen him before, Ezreal was probably like one of the only picks that I thought he was pretty decent on. It's going to be really, really difficult for them coming up against Sin. Like Sin and Akers, you know, he's only just come into it recently with the support role, but in general, this is a really, really strong bot lane. So having DDD on something quite secure like Ezreal and quite safe, it's going to be beneficial for them. So
yeah, especially up against that Gwen and Graves. I mean, the Gwen kind of enjoys it a little bit, but the Graves in particular just allows a lot of kiting. And then with the peel that's provided by Jackson Vi, I just worry about potential follow-up, you know, depending on whether or not this Vi, you know, with an ulti just goes a little bit too deep, and or the Jack, you know, the Ezreal just can't keep up, depending, you know, you never want to be arcane shifting forward if you don't have to, right? But right now, Broad and Friends getting the last set of bans, all going towards the support, kind of expected considering that's one of the only things left open. And
This
as you see, Poppy banned. Go on, Toast.
this Poppy ban, yeah, it definitely kind of confirms my suspicions with the comp. It seems to be a lot kind of get in fast, get out fast. You know, as soon as they see the fight not going their way, they want to get out and not lose too much into the fight, not allowing Broad and Friends to like scale super fast and get the lead that they need. You know, you got your Jack being able to jump, you got your Vi with her dash, you've got got Ezreal with his teleport. All these things just like get in, get out. And the Poppy is one of those things that needs ban because she will just stop all of that as well.
Yeah, just makes sense, you know, one of those things that you kind of have to do for the sake of doing it, especially when it's Akers, right? Gov mentioned that, you know, coming from top to support, it's something that he should be able to pilot fairly well as Renata gets locked in here.
This is a Jamsu classic, actually.
I like that.
I was talking about his Nautilus before and his Leona, but the Renata Glass, that is actually Jamsu vintage.
It's going to provide them a lot of survivability in these fights to like not get bursted, you know. A Graves 1-2 to the face hopefully will be prevented, as Orion will be the final pick here. And so Broad and Friends with their last pick for the draft, but what are they going to select? Galio's being hovered, and adding that in going to provide some more frontline, you know, to this very scaling team. I wonder how they're going to do in the early to mid game if Galio ends up being a pick, and it does end up getting locked in. What do we think about that, gentlemen?
Yeah, we needed to add something else into the mix that was gonna like secure things a little bit more, like Graves Gwen. That's already quite an aggressive top jungle.
Yeah.
And then as well, there's not many things you can really pick into Oriana. It's a pretty safe blind. And Ketsuo as well, like really experienced on this champion. He's played it in big matches before. And this is a big match from both of them. So Jamsu, Ketsuo, this is a bit of a grudge match for them. So they're picking comfort and they're picking safe. We've kind of gone for some new bits. I've not really seen Akers on Rel before, but I mean, it's a relatively simple champion, isn't it, guys?
All right. So then with that, let's try and get some final thoughts. You know, what do you guys think? Who you guys think got the draft victory? We'll start with Toast. Let me know what you think.
I think Broad and Friends have got a good core power team. I for me at least, with Rel always feels like a very reactive support, whereas Renata is going to be a lot more poke, allowing Ezreal kind of being able to do what he needs to do back and forth, getting but
provides more safety.
It does seem like they kind of the team comp of like the kind of get in, get fast, get out fast was good, and then it's like slowed down a little bit here. Feels like Oriana's going to kind of be a little slower, is going to have to kind of stay back a little bit, otherwise she will just get kind of burst down. But as we said, Keto knows this champion, he should know his limits.
Okay. Gov, how are we feeling?
I'm feeling pretty confident. This is a game that we should be winning quite easily if we're looking to go on and really make a statement in the rest of the regular season. We've had our time to warm up now. We've already had our first 2-0 from the competitive ruling, so I'm looking forward to our first legitimate one tonight.
All right, sounds good. I personally think I like the Rise draft early to mid a little bit more. I think that if they can get some early leads, the game becomes really hard for Broad. But if Broad's able to weather the storm, I think they overall will have the better outcome in the game, assuming all things are even. But beyond that, it's going to be it from us at the desk. Thank y'all so much for watching, and we are going to get into game very, very soon. We send it on over to the casters. We'll be right back after this match.
Thank you very much. And yeah, that was quite the draft we saw there, Rob.
Yeah.
We had some thoughts about it.
It comes across, it's an interesting, like, it seems like a classic UKL draft, right? We start early and we go, okay, we see power picks like the Yanara coming through, for example. Aniki getting his Gwen. Okay, we're seeing a bit of logic, a little bit of understanding of how, how these teams want to play. And then it goes a little bit more pear-shaped. The Vi obviously is a first pick. I've coached Tweak. I know this guy likes Graves into the Vi. So not surprised to see that brought out. But then as you go further down, you're seeing a Rel as your solo sort of, what initially is your front line. You've got Galio added on top, but you don't have much reach. There's an Ezreal here where he can just, if he's not shut down, it's going to be on like Aniki running through the team to kill him because he's just going to be firing Q's mystic shots over the top, and you don't have any real easy way of locking him down. You don't have that reach. So it's got into this. Teamfights could be quite hectic, I'd say, here, with Broad rapidly trying to kill DDD as soon as possible to stop the damage of that Ezreal coming through.
I mean, that, and then we add a shockwave on top of that. With they're gonna have, it's gonna be chaos tip top, right? Like they're gonna have to stay spread out with all of these short range characters. So what is Broad just gonna run at them from every angle and hope for the best?
Yeah, and that's the name of the game, I think, because again, Broad's shorter range draft overall. Yanara, obviously, she gets the bounces when she does transcend, but that's still not enough range to reach the backline. And so, yeah, I think if we're looking here as Broad, yes, if the Vi jumps into you, you could one-shot them with the Graves, excellent. But I think you're going to be looking at maybe playing fights a little bit more, spread out, looking for these angles. This is going to come down to how Aka's vision control, for example, playing with Tweak. It's going to come down to, TP flanks maybe from Aniki getting onto that backline. So, look for Broad to make these little off-angle plays. Whereas if you are the side of Rise, I think you're a lot more happy. If they're running straight at you, there's a Renata ult on top. Yes, Gwen can become immune, but everyone else is not, and they will die pretty quickly to the amount of they're all auto attackers as well, by the way. It's Graves, it's Yanara against a Renata. So Broad, I think you've got to be spreading out a little bit in this game.
Yeah, I think spreading out is a good call there. And for DDD, just getting the buffer on the teleport for the on the arcane shift out is going to be something to watch for as well when this Gwen starts running at you. But otherwise, yeah, I think it should be a smooth laning experience at least on bot lane.
It shouldn't be too hard, should it? You've got like double range versus Yanara, Rel. Maybe Akkas can look for an angle, but overall it should be pretty chill. Top lane, and Gwen versus Jax, you feel pretty happy there. It's one of Demo's best picks as well. We haven't seen too much. I've heard a lot of rumours about how good Demo is in top lane. I haven't seen much actual action in the officials. So maybe this is the first game where we see Demo really come alive. However, again, I think nameplates off, I'm favouring Rise, but nameplates on, people already know this about me, but I'm a bit of a Broad fan. So, I'll remain unbiased. I'll remain unbiased. But I do think it's Broad all the way with nameplates on.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with you. I'm also a Broad fan. I was gonna say who isn't, but Fairtree takes a fair chunk of damage just to get one out of there.
Rough beginning to the lane. I think the Galio pick as well. It's a bit of a Bear Tree classic at this point. He is a big fan of it, but in a game like this, he's got exhaust. So I don't imagine that there's that much, aggression. Like Ketso can look to try and get a kill, but the exhaust does make that a lot harder. Just looking across the board, there's nothing particularly surprising in terms of Rune or some of the spells. There is an Ignite on the Jax, so we could maybe see a little bit more aggression coming out from Demo early. But again, if you're Rise, I think you're pretty happy just to play pretty standard laning phase. Don't go anything too special. Just use the sort of natural power of what is an easier to execute composition as you go into the mid lane game.
Ketsu taking their time, but surely pushing this wave in here. Ketsu's gone for the ghost alongside the face rush here, which is something we've been seeing getting more popular off late. But then again, I do see a lot of exhaust coming in as well from mid lane, more and more. Ketsu gets to crash that wave and say hello to Tweak before they rotate on back to that mid lane.
I will say it's interesting you say about the phase rush. Oh, hold on a second. In goes Bettery. No, okay, just a little trade. The phase rush, it did get nerfed, so it is a bit weaker on those range champions. Usually we see Galio's taking it. He's not. He's gone for the aftershock. So going to look to be I guess another tank. So Akers isn't just the only one going in and tanking that damage. But yeah, it's early laning phase here. Unless we see, a play coming out from Cure, you'd be expecting the Broad team, to be fair, to also not want to go too much, other than looking for maybe a three-man fight around an objective like first Drake or first Grubs, because you're playing Graves. Graves is not a particularly proactive ganking jungler that has set up for his lanes. And if you look at the rest of his lanes, where's he going to go? There's a taunt in mid. Let's try maybe make a play there. But in bot lane, Rel's going to find it hard to get a crash down against a Renato who's just going to handshake her away. And in top lane, Gwen's got no setup either. So maybe a slower game for both sides here. Graves should come stronger one home. I feel like whenever I see Graves, he gets 3 items and then kills everyone, but does nothing on 2. So I think it's a bit of a concern if you're not being able to get that farm into you early if you are Tweak.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I also think that, as you say, like it's a lot of CC in the hands of Battery, and I think as we get to those level 6s, then we can start seeing the Hero's Entrance, which will be more impactful on these side lanes. Cure showing in top lane, but Aniki
he's really for help.
Respond. Yeah.
He's pinging for help. I think that they're trying to get a slow push here, but it's a bit of a waste of time for Vi with her camp spawning. So overall, Aniki, who isn't a hard matchup in Gwen versus Jax, should generally be more Jax favored. He's already getting a decent CS lead. If he cancels this base as well, ruining the tempo of the enemy top laner. Well played early laning coming out from the top laner of the Brods. And in bot lane, there's aggression. But again...
Is indeed.
Nothing. We want fights. We want action. Maybe there's action here. Tweak's coming top lane. Action. Give me... Oh, he's recalled.
No,
oh, what's the point?
Got the recall off.
What's the point? I want fights. This is Broad versus Rise. There's a lot of stories here. We were discussing it behind the scenes. You've got Sin versus Jamsu, lovers to enemies. You've got, Jamsu facing up against his old team, Tweak and Aniki too. We want to be seeing them taking it to each other at the moment. It's a bit cagey, Joy. It's a bit like they're feeling each other out to see who's going to throw the first punch. And at the moment, I'm looking at either first Drake or first Grubs for that first punch, because this laning phase, maybe take a break and come back in 5 minutes and we'll see if there's been any kills on the board.
Well, that's not really an option for us, of course. We're still going to be here. But, I mean, we did see Battery testing the waters there a little bit, though, going in for that early cheeky little taunt. But not much else, as you say. There hasn't been too much action with, pretty much just been a wet noodle fight on top. But, yeah, Akers is going to take a little bit of damage. There's just not much that you can do in this range matchup here. But Aniki... stepping forward, Cure is there though for the play, gets the Q stun, Gwen gets the Conqueror proc, but will not be standing for long, and that is first blood going over the Rise.
We do see Broad trading that death top lane for this Drake though, and in the current state of the game, Drake stacking is often the name of it. You get to that soul, if you speed run towards that soul point at 23 minutes, or that soul point fight at 18, and then the soul fight at 23, you can fight people when they're sort of offer their power spikes in their items. So Broad, good answer here to be able to pick that up. A very early Tweak finding himself on the bot side anyway. It's an easy choice. Aniki, he does do this occasionally when he plays these carries and not so much the tanks. He does find himself being maybe caught out in top a surprising amount. Tweak's here covering mids. There shouldn't be any plays happening here unless the trigger is pulled by the side of Rise. Ketsuo's just walking out, Tweak just passing through mid again. Pretty quiet in that regard. But it was good for Cure to find that kill. I think this is something that I've watched the last couple games for Rise, and I think Cure's not had a best time in the jungle, maybe looking a little bit nervous playing in officials. I've heard behind the scenes in scrims he's a bit of a beast. So it's good to see him on the board in this game 1, because that's what you want from when you bring players on board as Rise. This is four new players for them, only keeping Jamsu from the previous iteration. Take some time to gel, but getting those players in the right mental headspace to play in the league is, again, nice little dodge from Ketsuo, but there's no action. There's no aggression. There is no passion. I want more fights, Joy. I want more fights.
I want more energy, more footwork, more passion. But it's just not there. You're right. No, there's just nothing here. So far, it's again Battery going in for a little bit of CC. Doesn't quite connect it though, and has to tank a tower shot to the face. And now it's Broad's bot lane getting pushed in again. We do see that Cure is around that bot side while Tweak is clearing out Raptors. So might see a little bit of action. Nice handshake from Jamsu.
Yeah, this is what you kind of expect this lane to be. Like, it's quite hard to be the aggressor as there are. When that handshake is up, you've got to have to be looking for like a shattering Q flash from the Rel, or something like that to catch the Renata off guard. If that doesn't come through, it's pretty easy to read that ability and counter it with a handshake. But again, great by Jamsu to be able to do so. And I don't know if you've got this. Obviously, you're a Dutch national. Football is somewhat of a pastime there. We have a thing in the UK known as playing for the badge, and that's the one thing at the moment. This game, I feel like the Brods, they're playing a little bit slow. I want to see, as we're saying, passion. I want to see them being able to come together. Let's talk about next fights. There's going to be this grub fight potentially coming up soon. I want to see a 4 versus 4 on the top side, and I want to see the Brods showing that they actually want to get a 2-0 today, because that's the big thing. They haven't done it. There's 3 people in mid though.
There he is. Taunt does connect. Graves is there with There's the crash down. It does connect. Really nice bailout, but it will not do anything here as no trade comes in. That will be Ketsuo on the board, and Tweak is running at the grubs here.
And with no mid laner, this should be a free grubs. Jamsu's holding this wave, so for when Ketsuo gets back, doesn't have the TP, as you said, he's taking the ghost. It's going to take a while to get in. So again, Jamsu I think's had to drop that. Bear Tree's pushing that in. Great play by the Brods to come together as 3 on mid. Ketsuo had flash. I think maybe he held it for a little bit too long. Didn't really respect that there would be the numbers. But to get that kill on the board, to get it onto Bear Tree, he's going to base now, gets a bit more magic resist, I'm assuming, to make the lane a bit easier. Then you get the grubs, you get in this top crab. At the moment, the Brods are slowly building a gold lead, Joy. They're 500 gold up. Cure's snuck into this top bush, though. A potential, an avenue to win, to play through.
Yeah, and Nikki dashes forward. There's the stun. Another season assist connects. And then Nikki falls once again.
Yeah, and he dashed forward. I think he was not respecting that. Okay, we've thrown our punch in mid lane. When's the counter coming? And it comes in the form of punishing him.
Yeah.
Sin.
Oh my god.
Very low.
Oh, the grump. I was looking at that grump and I was like, don't you dare. Don't you do that.
That was nail-bitingly close for the AD carry of the Brods. But yeah, Aniki not respecting that top. And I think that's something that he needs to maybe, as we go into this game, chill a little bit out on. He is now essentially not being weak-sided, but he isn't necessarily getting the cover you'd expect. Again, it is a Graves jungle, not someone that really wants to be standing around his lanes, making sure they can play. He wants to go on it to himself. You can see the CS leads at the moment. A bit of one in top lane for Aniki, despite the 2 deaths. A 10 CS lead-ish in the jungle, but Graves has a lot more camps to farm. And then in bot lane, this is the big story here. DDD is up. DDD is up a significant amount in this bot lane matchup. I've heard some things behind the scenes about Sin and Jamsu. They broke up going into this split. Jamsu's found a new lover in the AD carry role in DDD, and Sin's gone back to his old Flame Akkers, moving him to support. And at the moment, DDD's getting the better of this matchup in the bot lane. It is only a 100 gold lead, but when you start being able to look at how the rest of the map has been played, it's good to see DDD be able to take it to Sin is one of the most storied ADCs in the league, Joy, showing up in this game 1.
Yeah, no, absolutely. DDD doing a fantastic job, and that is also what I mean. I feel like the Ezreal into the Yunara, it's not the easiest matchup. It's very much a toe-to-toe matchup, but also Ezreal having to go for quite expensive items early on here. Looks like we're going for that Trinity Force first. That will be only good if they get that CS lead here. But now we see Bear Tree going once again for that taunt here in the mid lane. Cure is there though. Bear Tree is aware and he will back off.
Just walking it out. I just want to talk about DD a little bit more. We did say that as Tweak's hitting the dragon, he should be looking to secure this, knowing that the Vire's on the top side. I don't imagine the bot lane of Ryze are going to walk up to contest while their opposite numbers are also in the lane. But we did say it's quite hard for the side of Broad to really shut down this Ezreal, right? Very hard for them to get on top of him, actually kill him, unless you've got, again, a Nikki running through him or something like this. And so for him to already be up, 20 CS in this bot lane, it's going to reduce a little bit with this wave crashing. But being up in gold, he, for me, is the one to look for Ryze to be the main damage threat later. The main ability to play out team fights comes from DDD. As Aniki, he's being fought again in the top lane, but Betri's here.
But this time, Hero's Entrance is here. Gwen is immune. Stun does connect. The taunt, though, doesn't. Oh, no. That is a nice double stun coming out here from Demo, but now Beartree used quite a bit of sums there, used his flash, used his ult, with nothing to show for it, has to back off again.
Does get that cover through. I do think that would have been a potentially dead Gwen if the Galio wasn't there. So it's good for him to counter. But again, as you said, using that flash, meaning that now that's not available for potentially, this next objective. Yeah, 4 minutes on the dragon?
Yeah.
It's unless he's got Cosmic Insight, you're cutting it mighty fine of having that flashback up for the next fight. And he is one of the main playmakers as Demo's going in top, and Iki's a level down.
Nikki is a level down. There comes the weapons master, and this time Tweak is here. But it doesn't even matter. Demo just jumps on top and will find that kill. The flash from Tweak to try and confirm it. Will get it though. But that is 0-3 for Aniki.
I was saying he had a lead in CS, and now he's down 5. So Demo's dragging that lead back as well as the kill lead. Looking very strong in this game one. Again, someone I'd heard a lot of hype about from behind the scenes, at least joining the leagues. Apparently he was very good at laning, never really seemed to lose a lane in scrims, etc., etc. Showing it here that, in this matchup against Aniki, who many rated as the best or top 2 top laner in the league going into the season, bringing it to that guy, and he didn't take it in the 1v2 at that point. He still did die to Tweak, but picking up the 1 kill is always great. Has that Trinity Force completed? Gwen, she's gold stuff. She hasn't even got that Dusk and Dawn online. And look at there's 3 Trinity Forces. That's tons of damage. That's more than tons of damage for the side of Rise. So this is a good time for them to maybe look for fights. But again, they're playing a draft where they'd like to come together as 5 as soon as possible and actually just take it to this sort of shorter range composition. 2 people roaming in. Ketsuo's got to be careful. He's got flash.
Should be aware, but there it is. Oh, beautiful shockwave connects to all 3, but the damage just not quite there yet to follow up on it. I mean, Ketsuo just by himself. So has to respect that, but so much engaged, thrown at this Orianna to just survive again under the safety of the towers.
They didn't manage to chain CC her long enough. I didn't see if Beartree managed to get that taunt off, but you did end up burning Aka's flash for the Orianna flash. But again, you're playing a lower range composition, so I think these flashes are a little bit more crucial for the side of Broad than they are for the side of Rise. Obviously, Orianna can always feel under threat if it's not available, but again, she's got the phase rush, as you said before, so she should be able to survive fights a little bit easier. They go for that 3-man play. Now let's see, Aka's is a bit more out on the map. He's looking to make a play topside. He's standing around here playing with his jungler. Q's around. This is a bit of a risk because there's a Galio in support. Okay, Q's sniffed it. He's run away. It's very cagey, Joy. We're not seeing, like some teams, they just walk in here, 1 versus 3 and they don't mind. And at the moment, both teams are seriously respecting the other and what numbers they can bring on the map. They're pinging this off, for example. Rise aren't immediately walking to this Herald to start it. They have a time here if they wanted to, but they're kind of giving that away. And on the other side of the map, Aniki just versus Ketsuo. This is the biggest fight of the game so far, Joy, that's going to be coming up here. We'll see who can pull it off, because Brods at the moment, they're surrounding.
Oh god, this is what we were talking about. Coming in from all angles, the season assist comes in, the stun to follow, and Tweak is just absolutely deleted. There's the hero's entrance. Is it too little, too late? It's the question. Magnetstorm comes out, Cure with the bailout, but it will not matter because there is no trade kill coming in here as the counter-strike is there. Sin has transcended, and it looks like this Herald might just be going over to Broad anyway, but without a jungler. They're not even necessary, actually. DDD just takes it right in front of their noses.
They're standing on top of it, thinking they got it. Run! DDD's coming! He's gonna kill them all!
He's gonna kill them all! He's got the lethal tempo up, and he's just shifting forward. The taunt comes out, though! Beautifully done as the kill gets picked up here by Sin, but now he's running for the hills. There is DDD. Oh god, the flash forward connects the Q! It's like you said, this Ezreal is doing a lot of work for Rise.
If you aren't shutting him down immediately, if he's able to stack up that lethal tempo, he's going to be able to put out a lot of damage. And you saw there, Jamsu, he was walking forward saying, come on, let's go, we can take them. In the end, he gives his life, but it is a trade for Beartree. And Rise also, by the way, they're getting the dragon on the bot side, Joy. So not only did they get the Herald, they're being able to get the dragon. If you are the side of Broad here, you are looking to maybe contest this. Tweak's looking. This is the action we were expecting. Is Tweak going to be able to actually take a fight here? He's not got too many support. Okay,
We'll
Aniki's
see.
coming to support.
Mm,
Okay.
missed the bullet. Nah, it's going to back off. A lot
Yona's
of
in the
people
way.
around that bottom crab as well, so...
Isn't going to take it. But yeah, it's DDD steals the Herald, kites out the fight, and then manages to pick up Bear Tree on the backside in a fight which, honestly, if Broad had overplayed it even any more than they already had, I think that could have been a triple kill very easily for the Ezreal. So, again, even though he's only 1-0-1, he's looking pretty good so far in this game with the impact that he's having. However, don't forget, Sin picked up a couple kills. He has 3-0 on the Yanara now with 2 items completed. So this gold lead, which was a little bit in favor of DDD from laning phase in the CS, is now, it's only 300 gold, but it is now in the lead of Sin. And he is on a champion that has a 1v5 potential. And the Broads, they're looking to be aggressive into the topside jungle.
Oof. Yeah, but there again is the handshake, just to get the read on it. Jamsu does get engaged upon. There's the Magnet Storm to follow. Tweak doing all he can. But with just now the cavalry of Broad arriving, I think it's just too little too late, and they are forced to back off with Akers on below half health.
They are, but they did invest all 5 members onto this top side, right? So they've given DDD to take some free farm in mid. Ketsuo got some farm in top. They don't pick up a kill for that sort of aggression into the enemy top side jungle. And more importantly, Demo on the bot side here has been able to pick up a couple of waves. And so now the play that Broaders make, it's now the time for Rise to see what they want to do. And you already see them there. They're entering the bot side jungle. They're looking to see if they can trap someone here. Akers is alone.
Akers is alone, will be engaged upon here, has to crash out.
I mean, I'm crashing out at the moment. I want to see. Both of these teams are making plays onto the opposite side, and they're not. Nothing's resulting here. It's again very cagey stuff, and people are just farming up. And for me, yes, like Graves late game, like 3 items, scary. Yanara and multiple items, hyper carry can 1v9 a team fight. But overall, I've got a lot of worries here for Broad. If we do get into those late stage fights and they aren't got every flash up and they aren't full sending onto DDD and onto Ketsuo. And a cagier game, does that just benefit here? If DDD is able to step up in this Ezreal, is he actually going to put in the performance we are hoping to see for a champion that can't be touched? Because if you are the Broads, I think you have to keep going a little bit, because the side lane matchup generally keeps going in favor of the Jax. Has Counter-Strike, it's hard for the Gwen to really rip him down. And now they're looking to make a play on Aniki again top.
Again, tower's going to fall, and that means that right now Aniki has nothing left to protect, and that will be another death.
0-5.
0-5.
Oh,
unlike Aniki, but now the counter engage is coming onto here. Nice buffer again from DDD. Well, actually, this time wasn't a buffer. He just waited.
He just waited.
He actually waited, and Akers tried to predict it, but because he waited, it didn't connect.
That's a little bit of mind games. A little bit of mind games coming out from the AD carry of Rise. But yeah, another play on top lane, another death for Aniki. Demo is just playing these side lanes incredibly well.
God.
You see he's up, 2,000 gold in the top side. So a lot of the gold lead here for Rise is in the back pocket of their top laner, who, again, I heard good things about. They need to show it, and they're showing it so far in this game 1 against the Broads. This would be a huge upset, by the way, Joy. I think a lot of people had Rise quite lowly rated as the taunt misses, and Ketsuo, he's able to walk this out. Okay, don't run into them, though. That might be a bit of a mistake.
Dicey. Flash comes out though. Magnet Storm denied. And there's the counter engage from Rise. As Cure is here. Hostile takeover. Connects only on to the Rel. As the TP is now coming in from Aniki. But everyone on the side of Rise is backed off. I think we don't fight here, boys.
Yeah, so I think with Ketsuo running in the way he did, having to flash out and using the shockwave on Bear Tree, it didn't mean you had that sort of wombo combo you really want to pull off when you're playing like the Vi Orianna. And Rod again though, the investment of that TP from Aniki to dissuade it, Aniki's kind of burning his own sort of ability to earn gold here, right? Because now he's not going to have that TP available if a fight, say, starts around Baron, he's pushing bot lane. Whereas Demo, he's got that empowered TP available to him, so he's going to be able to look. So right now, Broad, they need to somehow sort of stabilize the map state, because Demo's getting a lot of free gold into himself. He got that full top turret as well. So he's got 2 items completed. This side lane matchup's incredibly hard. There's got to be cover brought out for Aniki to be able to play it, which you see Akers is kind of doing here. He's trying to make sure his top laner doesn't just die in the 1v1. And now Rise, they can play on 2 lanes. They've got a very strong Jax, so get Jax inside, play 4 around, or sort of 2 on mid with a couple people hovering to maybe play for the Jax. Play for this dragon, force them to play into you. There aren't ults available, but Broad are too slow. This second dragon for Rise, taken, is now 2-2 in dragon score. The soul stacking win condition that a lot of people go for, completely broken. I think Broad are going to have to make have a generational lock-in here. And they're going to have to really start taking some fights, because Rise at the moment are answering the plays that Broad are making and then getting more gold on the map back into their pockets. They are ahead, still 2k gold, but they've got a very scary top laner, Rise. I'm a bit worried for Aniki at this point on the side lane.
I am worried for the backline as well, as soon as this Jax finds his way into a team fight. But I do want to touch quickly upon what you mentioned before, when you said that Rise is kind of trying to force Broad's hand, and this is what Rise has this space, right, with the draft to play like that, where ideally when you're Broad and you have this short range draft, you want to play the reactive, you want to get the first position and kind of catch your enemies off guard there. But it's just not being allowed, and again, Aniki just taking a lot of damage in the trade, survives, but that's a half-health Gwen.
Yeah, and this Gwen was picked so early, right? It was picked on R1. It was, one of Aniki's best. He's known for a great Ambessa and a great Gwen. And this has not been a great Gwen game for him. And I think this is another thing when you look at the draft. When you see a Graves really likes setup. He doesn't bring much CC of his own. He likes to be able to just hit the targets as they're locked up. He does do a lot of damage when he can get on top of them, but he's got to get on top of them, and that needs CC from elsewhere. So when you start seeing like a top lane jungle pairing of like Gwen, Graves, and then Yanara in your first 3, you start going, where is this setup coming from? And we're kind of seeing that a lot here, right? Tweak, he's been farming a lot, but he's only up 3 CS, so that doesn't really mean anything. He's on 2 items, but he's then going towards a more tankier build, because he's got to enter into like the poke from DDD. He's got to walk through a shockwave. He's got to get past a Jax and through a Renata ultimate. And so him going full squishy lethality one-shot with a bit of crit isn't going to cut it, because he'll just die. And so this Graves pick now, it's not feeling... He had a bit of motion in the early game. He was able to get a little bit of lead, and that's all now gone. I imagine if we looked at the gold, it would be very close. And if that's the case, that's not where the Graves wants to be. In the sort of isolated one-on-one matchup versus a Vi, who brings more utility, who brings the ability to get that shockwave on top of the opponents. Broad need to sort of figure out a way that they want to play through here, because at the moment they're playing to cover Aniki and slowly, burn resources elsewhere on the map. Look at Ketso, he's touching this top wave, he's getting gold. DDD's getting gold in the mid lane. What do Broad want to do? They've got to make a decision on where they want to play and what their win condition is. And if that is everyone full send, we're going in, you've all got to commit to that. You can't just slowly lose.
Oh, and that's the thing, like that, because that is kind of what is happening now. The needlework is being committed here by Aniki, and Aniki kind of has to go for the reset, because as fed as this Jax is with the counter-strike, can just look for the tower dive, will do just that, gets the kill. And, I mean, I guess crucially the shutdown does go over to Tweak, but...
It does, but it's top laner for top laner, and both TPs will be available, so if there wants to be a fight once they're spawned, but Akka's wait, he's going in!
Yeah, that was a big engage here, Flash Magnet Storm, Hero's Entrance on top of it, the taunt only connects to Kior, knock up to follow, but there is just no damage there! Sim can't get in there, and Tweak is just auto-attacking somebody else, but they're looking for another engage here. Bear Tree falls, there's the Season Assist to connect as the ult from Ezreal to fly on top of it. Tweak has to flash on out of there. But that's the thing, like, great reactive play from Rise to get the target locked down and just get these counter kills when the engage from Broad comes in.
They think, Broad, that they've caught DDD. And they haven't. He just arcane shifts away from all of the Rel CC, and then once that's gone, and then Bear Tree's run in to try and get a taunt, that's your CC budget spent. You have no more. And all Rise have to do is come together, then, play it slowly. They first play onto Bear Tree, and as soon as Sin steps a bit too close to the Vi, Cure pulls the trigger. They shut down the Yanara, and that's just, honestly, as you said, great team play for Rise to play apart a little bit, then all come together at the final moment to be able to win that team fight. And this is like Rise on the cusp of picking up what would be their first on Rift win, Joy. They're looking really strong. They're 4K gold up. The dragon is now should be theirs. Broad can't really walk into contest. They aren't really able to force a Baron because, well, guess what? Rise have already taken it. So there's very little to play on the other side of the map. They're now sending 3 top to just try and get something. But if you're Rise, 3 Infernal Dragons feels great. The Ezreal's doing even more damage. Your Orianna's doing more damage. Your Jax, who is so strong on the side, is doing even more damage. It's going to come down to Broad not making a sort of slapdash play onto an Ezreal. They're going to have to all send on the same target and blow them up. That didn't happen last time. They're going to have to look for something again in the next fight because at the moment, Rise, they're ripping the map apart. Aniki's taking what? Top? Doesn't matter. I mean, demos. He's out!
Oh, no. I see that charge from Beartree going the wrong way, and I'm like, well, that's really not what we wanted, and that's a great hostile takeover connecting to that season assist. But Aniki is still pushing top, is going to be able to pick up an inhibitor in turn here.
Does get the inhib. So that is good to see that at least there's something being taken on the other side of the map, but they did end up sacrificing their jungler for it. They sacrificed the other sides of the map for it, right? Like with all these waves pushing in. Aniki's wait, he's looking for something. Oh, never mind, he's just TPing in. I thought he might have been TPing behind them. He was TPing to the turret. So with that TP burnt though, I'm looking at these objectives. Are you gonna have TP up for this final dragon? You're gonna have to play on sides. You can't really trade on sides against the Drake here because obviously Rise is just going to reset the wave's top. Aniki would have to play the same side as the dragon would be to get any more value on split pushing. Man, it's rough still for the Broads. They're down 5k gold. The gold lead has gotten bigger, despite them getting that inhib top side. Not smaller.
Yeah.
Rough. It's really rough.
It's really rough.
Rise.
It's really rough. And this is also like where we look at the target selection again, right? Like where you see that it's really good. It's on point from Rise, but it's also simple. They go for that season assist, that target dies, go on to the next. And that is, I guess, also kind of what we are not seeing from Broad right now. If they can get onto a target, everybody needs to attack that same target.
Yeah, and there's no the lockdown comes from the Rel and comes from the Galio. Well, there's a lot of ways of denying that access onto your team. And so it's going to come down to, like, let's look at Aka's flash. That's the first thing we're looking at. He's going to have to sit here and get an amazing, maybe flash shattering strike into Magnet Storm onto DDD. Is that going to lock down? Unlikely, but we'll see. And then on the other side, Sin has to play at a distance, get cease and desist off the board before he can step forward, because you know what's happening. If you're showing your face, Sin, and he does like stepping on mid lane sometimes, he's a big fan of that, you're getting cease and desist into Shockwave every single fight. So he's really going to have to play it slow, but his team don't want to, right? His team want to run forward, because if they play it slow, they're playing at a range disadvantage to an Ezreal Orianna. So I think there's a bit of a mismatch on how the AD carry of Broad wants to play versus the rest of his team. And for them to get over that, again, it's taking flank angles. It's being able to get Aniki already onto the back line. It's Graves being able to maybe collapse onto a side and not try to play front to back. It's essentially reducing the effectiveness of Jamsu, not letting that hostile takeover land onto multiple members. And we haven't seen that so far from Broad. They don't have many more opportunities left, Joy. They've got maybe one. They've got maybe 2 fights, but I'd say 1 fight to show that they can make this composition work.
Yeah, exactly. And now we are like a minute and a half away from Soul Point here for Rise. We do see a good vision setup coming out from Broad already. But look at the position of Cure on the Vi here. Cure just gets the free push top again.
I don't think Cure's had to, like, I had concerns about Cure looking at some of the other games that have been, on stream. He seemed a little bit hesitant. And I think this has been quite an easy game for him to play. I think it's good for them to put him on the Vi. His job, press R on Sin, beat Boop, job done. And I think that's meant that the fact that he hasn't, like, I remember the game versus Verdant. There was one where he had to play a Mundo into an Aatrox, and Podex on the Aatrox was running rings around him. That's not happened in this game. Cure's just happily taken the camps when they're up. He's now up 10 CS, by the way, just as a complete aside. In the matchup Vi versus Graves, I'm seeing the Vi currently out farming the Graves. That's very surprising. But he's had a very easy time of it because all the other pieces around him. It isn't about him having to run into the enemy team and already being on top of them as the Mundo or anything like this. He just presses the R key. And it's only been a couple of fights where we've really seen it come together, and it's worked so well. So honestly, Cure, he's looking a lot better in this game. So shout out to him for actually sort of being able to keep it together. I think it's easy when you start losing games to really get in your own head, but Rise at the moment seems to not have that. But let's look at this Drake, Joy. 10 seconds left. Brod are the first ones here, but they're just going to push mid-Rise, and this first move onto Drake is completely gone from the Brods.
Oh, battery. That's the taunt.
Wait, top lane, hold on.
Hold on, that was a solo bolo. That's a
And it's
solo
a TP.
bolo, and now
Wait,
a TP
no, they've done
coming
it.
in here from Aniki. Some takeover is available though. The handshake doesn't connect. Alright, well, looks like Rise is just gonna give this one up.
Okay, happened off stream, but Aniki picking up the solo kill. Hold on.
Nope.
No steal.
Not enough.
No steal. Them getting that steal does mean that this game slows down even more, because I think if Rise had got
Good
the soul,
dodge.
it's scary. But
Very
yeah,
nice dodge
Aniki
from
getting that kill
Shockwave.
is huge. It makes it harder here for the side of Rise to really play. But he is spawning in 20 seconds. This is a huge risk by the Brods. Remember, Baron shreds resistances and demos up with a TP available. This is a Hail Mary from the Brods.
I think they are looking for a Hail Mary just to try and make something happen. They've leashed it.
They've backed
We
off.
saw a lot of health dropping here on the side of Tweak, so Tweak just had to get on out of there.
They've actually backed off. I think it was quite a big risk, a massive risk, in fact, to start hitting that. Like with demo respawning, I wouldn't be hitting that. Now it's Rise's turn to start the Baron up. The Brods are
there's no
streaming
vision.
out the base. This is the fight. Okay, I think this. Screw dragons. I think this is the fight if we're going
This
to
is
take
our
one.
game deciding fight, absolutely. As we do see the dragon falling much lower. No contest comes in, and it will be going over to Rise, further segmenting that lead.
And we say it should be because if you are the Brods, like giving over objective, like not being able to take a fight is just as bad as losing it, to be honest, because they're going to try and get this mid turret. But if you are Rise, you're already out on the map. And now Rise can just walk it down mid lane if they want to, maybe get some pressure there. It's, again, very hard for Brod to actually get a decent trigger pull to engage into you, because you are playing, you know, this Ezreal, this Orianna very far back. The Rel has to run through a lot of things to actually get the engage off. Aka's base, he's going to be standing in front of them. There's no kind of surprise Rel flank engage at the moment. So Rise, they've picked up the Baron. They just need to make sure they get someone else on one other side, preferably. I think playing as 5 here is fine, but I don't know how you're forcing this unless you get a lot of poke down from DDD. The siege is coming, though. Brods have fixed their side waves, so this could just be a very slow wave crashing into the base moment and nothing else happens.
I'm thinking that it's starting to look more and more like that as the seconds pass. Yeah, they're just gonna stand here next to the cannon, and the cannon is gonna do pew, 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 one more pew, and then it dies. But there's just really nothing else happening here.
It's hard to force, to be fair, for both sides. Like, yes, Vi can ult, but you don't want to make a mistake of Eric sending. They've broken the turret. It's a slow bleed for the Broads.
Well. Yeah.
The inhib's gone. I think if you are Rise, you can maybe play on one more wave. You've got time on the Baron. The Drake's not up for 2 minutes. And if you're Broad, you want to summon. This is just a classic pull back, you know, tug of war back and forth in terms of keeping map control. Can't get caught here, Cure. That would be a huge mistake. Doesn't. He's out.
That's a GA as well, though, but he's out.
So, Rise, reset, grab a wave, choose a side wave, push side wave. This is the next step of Rise's game plan. Exciting League of Legends, macro League of Legends coming through in our game one. Yeah, I think that now, seeing that there was that solo kill on top, I do have a bit of a concern for Demo in this top matchup if he is being solo killed with how far ahead he was. To be fair, Aniki has caught up quite nicely in terms of items, right? 3 items on that Gwen with a death cap completed. That does mean it's quite easy for Gwen to actually put that damage down in a fight. Does scale disgustingly well, this Gwen champion, right? So it isn't like he's out of the game despite being the 1-6 scoreline.
Oh no, not by any means.
Yeah, but if you are Rise, like, you need to just make sure that doesn't happen again, because that was what really slowed the game down. You were really in the driver's seat. Broda looking here in body. Wait, this is a great engage by Akers.
They are looking, and the TP from Aniki is coming in. The taunt Nearsighted is doing so much here as it's just getting completely rid of the Vi or the Renata, in the fight here. But there's the Hero's Entrance to follow up. GA will get popped here for the Vi. As we do see Jamso actually on the side, still standing. There is just nowhere for Aniki to run, and Rise will come out the victors here, even though this looked like such a good fight to take for Broad.
It looked like a pretty masterful engage coming out from Akers. It's going to be hard to get more than 2 men on your screen at one time if you are the Rel. So getting a 2-man knock up into Magnet Storm should have been the ultimate fight starter you could really hope for. It doesn't come through. 5 members of Rise pushing the base. Look who's defending it. It's a Graves and a Galio. That's not going to be enough. Rise are going to throw themselves at the Nexus.
Yeah, they are. They're going to throw themselves at the champs and then at the Nexus, and that will be it for game number 1, as Rise will take it.
The Broad 1-1 curse seems to hold firm in our game 1. Rise came in to this game.
God.
It felt like prepared. They had a game plan and what they were expecting from the draft. They actually executed it incredibly well. They sat back a little bit, let their Ezreal get on the board. Ketso had a quietly good game on the Orianna, just generally pretty solid play. But I think overall, if you're Rise, Demo's put in a shift in this game, really, and Cure playing around him in the top side. And if you're Broad, it's a bit back to the drawing board in draft. Because I think you just had a lot of ideas floating around. We'll get Aniki's Gwen, we'll have the tweak Graves into the Vi, but then it didn't really come together in a comp that could really put enough damage down to actually kill the champions on the screen.
Yeah, I think Broad upped the difficulty level for themselves a lot by going for this not so cohesive draft. But we'll see. As you say, it's back to the drawing board. We do have the 1-1 curse, which means that, we could be looking at a win for Broad in the next game. Who knows?
Script writers have already told us how it's going to end.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah,
like Corbs,
I thought we weren't supposed to say that on the stream.
I'm just gonna put their names out like Sec, Corbs, the League Ops. They've already written that they say, I'm writing the rulebook. They're really writing the script for this season. That would be Broad dropping a game to every single team in the league. They've dropped one here to Rise, but this is just before we go to the break. I just want to say this is so important for Rise. Oh, we're going to desk. I've completely got that wrong. Never mind. But I would say this is huge for Rise because we are looking at that relegation battle. Rise are currently in it. They need to get out of it. Every win on the board and getting it against one of the top teams that we had going into this season is a massive way to start your climb to maybe a playoff slot for this Rise roster.
Yeah, exactly. Every win counts here for Rise. So if they could lock in that 2-0, that would be fantastic, of course. But we do have Broad with the 1-1 curse. Let's see what the desk has to say about game number 1.
Thank you very much, Joy. Here we are at the desk again, and whoa, what a game 1. Looks like Rise, have kind of shown up today. Currently sitting now 1-0 in this series. What are we feeling about? Hey, they came through for me. I know I said 2-0 in the end, but the spirit, like inside, internally, this is I wanted them to succeed. Sorry, Gov. Going back to the game.
That match fixing comment on Saturday is going to get pulled up. That clip's coming out now.
Let's get right into the replays, right? Because I know we have some points we want to talk about this game. I'm sure Gov does as well. So this first replay should be the early Rift Herald fight. Let's take a look at this. What do you guys think about what occurred here and how this impacted the game?
I mean, we lose Tweak. It's just immediately there. They coordinate every single ultimate pretty well, and then afterwards, like all of these lethal tempo stacks from the Jax and the Ezreal, like they're really able to capitalize back on that. We're kind of greedy here with trying to. I think in this position, we're still like ready to kind of fight it. We're happy with it. We're looking to try and like secure the Rift Herald for ourselves, and then as soon as we lose it, we're just so panicked.
Yeah, they do get that 1 kill, but it ends up like I feel like there's just an overstay here, right? You want to prevent the Rift from being taken. Obviously, they make use of that, and this Ezreal full health has the sums, lethal temple stack, and he just starts running through them.
Yeah, we gave them just way too much space. No one really coordinated. Like Akers was up there trying to look for an angle, but then we didn't really have anything like on the back burner. So then by a result, we lose the Herald anyway. We end up getting worse kills off of it, and then after this immediately we end up losing a Drake, and then that kind of slows down the acceleration of the game that we were looking for. Like, we were kind of happy sacking off kind of the top side. You know, we saw towards the end, like, Aniki, despite the camp that kind of happened to him as well, like, he was still able to bring things back. It took him a while, but that Herald play where we lose gold, we lose Herald, and then we lose the Drake afterwards, that kind of scuppers our entire game plan, I feel like, for playing for that bot lane and playing for the Drakes as well. So it was a big turning point of the match.
Yeah. Toast, any opinions?
Yeah, I think what mostly, like, we saw some really good plays. I think Akers was working well with the jungle, making the roam really, really useful in their plans. But because there was such a heavy pinpoint for Ryze on the top lane, it felt like Broad just had to react constantly, so they couldn't focus on their bot lane where the strength was, which kind of fell back. But at the same time, Galio wasn't able to just be the wall that he can be for Broad themselves, so it kind of fell apart in places, and it was a little disjointed. Ryze definitely have picked up from what we've seen in the past, so it was good to see. And if anything, I think this creates a better story for the grudge match that is Broad versus Ryze.
Yeah,
I mean, you
exactly.
see it in rivalry matches all the time. You know, we saw Ketsuo, like I said at the start when we were going into the draft phase, like Ketsuo and Jam, they went and they locked really, really comfortable champions and they performed on them. Like we were saying, Rob said, I think Ketsuo, very like quietly good game. There wasn't too much action in the mid lane. Both of them were kind of playing like, you know, utility builds for the rest of their team. But yeah, I'm happy. You know, I'm happy for Jam. It's a friendly rivalry. I'm very, very pleased that we were able to give them that 1-1. And then, I was kind of actually thinking this team fight, like, everything starts to go really, really well until the Jam ult comes out. We end up losing so many members here. And then Bear Tree, bless him, he comes in with the ultimate. He's trying and create space here and just delay things. But I feel like we didn't have the damage at this point either.
It's just everything at this point is so disorganized. I feel like it's hard to pin down enough damage onto one single character just because of the mobility of some of these champions. You're obviously also behind on gold in that fight, so it just ends up being a combination of one. They are stronger now. The team comps have made it really difficult. That Renata even was super tanky, bought like the bucklet or whatever. So it's like these squishy targets, even the ones that maybe you can access that are not as mobile, are like now super tanky, and so you have to invest a lot into just single characters, and it's just hard to play the fight from there on out. But with that though, I want to get you guys' final thoughts before we head on to a quick break before game 2. Let's start with Toast.
I think there's a lot that can be changed, a lot that can happen. I think maybe the top lane's got to change quite a bit. I think there's going to be some proactivity from the jungle going into that top. The only thing I'd like to see is maybe a bit more risk in the mid lane. Maybe some potential hyper carries being played. I want Ketsuo to maybe just pull a clip. That's all I want to see.
Okay. All right. I like that. I like that. Some flashy tactics. Gov, how are we feeling?
I'm just going to blame Mitch. He's got to sort the drafting out. Come on, coach.
All right. You've heard that, Mitch. Make sure hopefully he's listening and learning from you. And with that, that'll be it from us here at the desk. We'll be going to a quick break before we head right back into another desk before the second game. So thank y'all so much for watching, and do not go anywhere.
Strike once, we can't let go. Strike twice, we can destroy.
Oh, Malphite. All right, here we go. Just
Still going for this place. You would as Chimera super low.
Trouble, but there's the Rakan coming in for the shielding. The shielding again.
Oh my God!
They lose.
And everyone bow down to Venom Crest. Two-time champions. Bow down to Jim.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the desk. Of course, I have with me Toast and Gov yet again. They have not gone anywhere. Why would they? Because we have such exciting matches to see. 1-0 for Bryce after a pretty, strong win, right? There was, I think, some early contention back and forth, but they were able to win, stay ahead in team fights overall. Going on to game 2, though, what adjustments are we looking from Rod? Right, because generally they were expected to win 2-0s. Predictions from all of us here at the desk. I think it was similar case at the casting desk as well. So, why did this occur, and how can they fix it?
I'd say better drafting and more respect in general for it. I think Rise stock massively down after they ended up getting 2-0 by Verdant Academy. Sitting ninth, but arguably was sitting bottom of the table, and they've just taken a game off us. So we do need to pay a little bit more respect, and we need to focus up back again. I mean, it's the same way that happened before. We lost game 1 last week, and we came back and we were really, really strong. I was happy, to be fair, at the end of that game. I don't feel like we gave up. We were still really, really trying to take it to them. I was worried that heads would kind of drop in that situation, but it seems like we finished the game stronger than we started it, and so I feel much more confident coming into this one.
It definitely felt winnable, for Broad, if the right set of circumstances occurred. Unfortunately, Rise did not let too many cracks build in the hull of their ship. That was steamrolling Broad. But let's moving on into this next game, Toast. I want to hear some more about, I guess,
Actually,
the way.
what is with the Ash ban? Because it was the first ban both times. Is this a target? Is this just we really hate playing into the Ash? What is the idea behind it?
Maybe DDD plays a lot of Ash. I'm not sure.
I don't believe I've seen it yet. That's all. But it seems heavy on the. I assume this is all jungle bans coming from Rise. Is that what they're most worried about? Do you think?
I mean, the Ambess is a pretty decent flex for us, taking that away from him. But I mean, we've just taken another one there in Zehen. Tweak didn't have a fantastic performance on it when he came up with it, but it's something that he's been practicing on a lot. A lot of these jungles that have come in this split, like the top laners that have come in, like Aatrox, Zehen, I know that Tweak's been playing a lot of in his individual matches and then in scrims as well. So. Really, really good option for us to kind of keep things open in the draft phase, but we have just given away the Varus for free.
Yeah. Varus, there's counters out there. I feel like Varus has been popular, but kind of, I think at this point we found things that go well, play well into it. I would say that Seraphine helps out in that regard in the support role, but you have to see a little bit more about the draft. I like the Zahin first pick from Broad. Another flex pick that I assume you guys like to use, like the Ambessa, same fashion. Looks like they're just gonna go back to the Vi, and this actually brings me to the topic we mentioned earlier, which was comfort. Rise seemingly to really play into it. Ketsuo was on the Aura. You had the Ezreal for DDD, right? You mentioned that, Brad. So how big of a factor do you think comfort's gonna have in this game?
I think it had a massive impact game 1, and speaking of comfort, if this gets locked in, this is Sin's lock-in champion, man. Last game, Jamsu's getting his Renata, Ketsua's getting his Orianna. Sin, if his back's against the wall and he needs a win, he picks Sivir.
All right. Hopefully that continues to be true in the game for Bride, right? Because they're trying not to get too old.
I mean, it would break up the monotony of 1-1 each week. At least, if we did end up losing this one. And it would, it'd be pretty big for Rise to avoid the relegation. I'd prefer for them to avoid relegation. So, I'm ambivalent. We could, the result of the match, it's definitely not tearing me apart at all.
Gotcha. As Gwen gets locked in.
Yeah, seeing this Gwen top again, what do you think is going to change now? Do we think we're going to see a bit more help in the bot lane, or do you think the Jax ban will be sufficient enough to make it more viable?
Yeah, I think the problem we had is you saw it. It just took way too long after the individual kind of situation happened in that top lane for Gwen to come back. Renekton's going to be something that's going to be really difficult. Look, surely fool me once, fool me twice. Aniki, he's going to respect the Vi ganks this time, surely. And I mean, you got a lot less rope for going in early game, engaging like Gwen versus Renekton. Kind of have to play that matchup safe anyway, regardless of whether the jungle is going to be coming in or not. So hopefully I see a deathless Aniki this game.
That'd be the goal. He definitely didn't have the best early game as possible, right? I think it was just the nature of the draft you guys kind of created. He was kind of left in the dust where they were like, well, we're going to help out this side of the map. You are just going to get camped by the Vi. Hopefully we don't get that replicated in this matchup. With the Zahen, I think it's definitely going to change the dynamics of the jungle. Renekton being locked in, though, as the Jax was banned. A lot of respect towards these picks. Orianna was banned as well. Moving on to the second set of picks, though, what are some champions do you think would round out these comps?
I think we're going to see a heavily util support from Jamsu here, because going into Severe, having an engage here is not going to be the most optimal. She's just going to spell shield every time. I think overall, from what we saw with Akers, I think we're going to see another roam support from him as well. That seemed to play really well. When we go Rell again, it will be it will be neither here or there. I think it could still go kind of either way. These top sides look a little nicer.
Oh, certainly. Obligatory Azir ban coming out for Ketsul as they just slam the Braum down on the blind.
Decent jam pick. There's a lot of safety in this Rise draft. Quite easy to execute. Champions in general, they know what they're going to be doing. I'm just hoping. Oh, okay. I'd like an Ari from Beartree. I want him to kind of flex a little bit more. I think Ketsuo, again, like I said, he's got high highs, he's got low lows. Last game, that's the most calm, respectful, consistent performance I've ever seen out of Ketsuo, and he's doing it against us. But I think Beartree, getting him back on a carry, he's been another reliable player for us, even when we've not played so well. And an Akers Bard, this is his little speciality pick. So
talk about Roman supports, the most Romy support there is. Yeah,
absolutely.
Being hovered right there. Hopefully we'll be locked in, because Bard's always so fun to see. Trying to move around the map, hit those stasis ultimates as Jamsu now. Last pick has support in his hands. What do you guys think would round out this draft? It's a lot of... Oh, excuse me, not support. I'm sorry. it's the mid lane pick.
It's on King Julian, mate. King Julian's got to counter the Ari.
Yeah.
I gotta say,
I'm worried. I'm worried that Ketsu's gonna play. He's not gonna play safe. He's gonna play something that can provoke a fight. This could be a little more exciting this time around. Mid lane might be something to watch.
Yeah, it's provided some good follow up too to the Vi, because as of right now with the Braum, the follow up really wasn't too great. The Renekton is there, but with the Aurora, they'll be able to find some interesting angles. Onto some of these backline targets, like the Ahri, like this Sipper. Now, my curiosity is going to be, though, how well the Zahen is going to do in the jungle. Because I feel like the Zahen here into the Braum is going to be really hard to play the game.
Yeah, it's definitely. I think there's a lot of team fight here on the side of Broad. I think that we're going to be looking for that charm. We're going to be looking for that sleep from the Bard, and then Zion's going to jump right in. He's going to hopefully have the stack or two that he can to just be kind of the front wall. There's no guaranteed tank here. Zahen is kind of the wall. Hopefully he can resurrect after they take all the health and all the damage. It seems to be kind of a front to back. There's no grabbing someone, no grabbing ADC or support here. It's going to be kind of very Brexit fight. You just hit butt heads, try our best from both sides, honestly.
All right, so understanding that, then what are the draft edges that we're going to give our predictions going into this game?
Sin don't lose on Sivir, baby. It don't
You
happen.
heard it here first.
It don't happen.
All right. Well, we know Gov is gonna go for Broad. So tell us what do you think? Who's won out here on the draft?
I like the side of Broad. I think this is a lot more exciting than the last match. I think there's going to be. I think we're going to see some sparks from mid lane going all the way up to top lane. I think bot lane is still going to be a little slow at start. It's going to be a little bit of a farm fest as it was last game. Which is that mid to late game is the most interesting.
Yeah, and then I think, frankly, that the Rise draft is a little bit easier to play overall. Much more straightforward compared to the Broad draft, who I think requires a little bit more coordination to actually perform well. And so overall, I think I'm gonna have to lead towards the Rise draft, having an edge. But if Broad can actually make everything come together in the team fights when it matters, I think that they have a very good shot at winning this game and even it up 1-1. Even if Gov doesn't want it to be so. Okay, even if he just wants to give his team the 0-2, as he said here. But with that, that'll be it from the desk. We're going to head throw it to the casters, and we'll see y'all later.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we were talking about it in the green room, and I see Zahen being locked in for Broad, and I said, well, now they're coming to win. They've realized their mistakes, and now they want to win, Rob.
They didn't decide to go for zero crowd control, limited play playmaking tools, slowly lose the game, and that's a good start, I would say, for drafting. They're bringing out an Ahri for Beartree. He's an incredibly good player on these more proactive champions, so he's bringing out the Ahri. He's got a bit of playmaking on his kit. You see the Aniki Gwen again. It didn't go so well early on that last game, but he did get that solo kill later, and there's a chance here maybe if Cure has to do other things other than go top lane, maybe he gets a bit more of a stable matchup. You were saying it in the rumor as well, we usually do see people liking Gwen into Renekton as the game goes on, so we'll have to keep an eye on that one. And then across the map, you've got, in jungle, you've said Zahen versus Vi. Tweak likes the Zahen, not a surprise there. And in bot lane, Sin loves a Sivir. And do you know who hates a Sivir? From him telling me himself, Jamsu hates Sivir. He thinks his champion is rubbish and useless and does nothing. He despises playing with it. So, bit of a spicy, again, it's the lovers to enemies arc in the bot lane, and they hate each other's champions. And I think that's a great storyline for this game. But no, the Sivir and the Bard versus the Varus and the Braum. I think both teams have playmaking tools. Both teams can play a front-to-back team fight. I think it is going to come down a bit more to execution and a bit more to Faniki on this signature Gwen that we say he's so good at, can actually have a more stable early game.
Yeah, I think we're going to keep our eyes on Aniki slightly on that early game. We did see in the end, though, there were some light sparks towards the, middle, later part of the game where Gwen actually did get a solo kill onto the Jax. But yeah, the Gwen being left open after that Renekton got locked in. Of course, Broad, they decided to ban out Jax. We'll see how it goes.
Demo looked pretty good in that last game, I would say. Other than the solo kill later, which we don't need to keep harping on about. He had a very good game on the Jax, and this time he's on a Renekton, which is usually a stronger early game pick. See how he plays into the Gwen. But again, just across the board, the matchup's pretty standard. I think that Rise has a little bit of an easier to execute, to argue, with the Chains of Corruption and the cease and desist sort of going forward. There's the playmaking tools for Broader on, the Tempered Fate, and something like an Ahri Charm, for example, a little bit harder to land. But still, both teams have ways to make picks. Both teams have ways to play team fights, so it is going to come down to execution. Interesting how Ketsuo plays on the Aurora. It's a champion that fell out a little bit more out of popularity, right? We've been seeing Rises and Azirs and Talias and things in the higher divisions, and so seeing Aurora coming back, to see how much time he's put onto it, because this guy, he's been around the UK scene for a long time, and Aurora, I'm going to say she's a new champion just to make myself feel younger, but she is a newer champion, and sometimes you can't teach an old dog new tricks, so we'll have to see how Ketsuo performs on that mid-lane pick.
Well, yeah, I mean, we were calling ourselves boomers in the green room, but are you now also calling Ketsuo a boomer?
King, as we call him affectionately in the UKEL, King Julian in the mid lane, Ketsuo. King Julian can do what he wants because he is king. But yeah, I am calling him a bit of an older hat in the UK scene. A lot of the players in this game have been around for so long. Sin, Jamsu, Akkers, they've been stalwarts of the UK scene for so long. But yeah, no, Ketsuo, I'd like to see how he performs on this because again, I liken him to like playing the Azirs and the Orianas and then playing more aggressive melee champions. I thought he might be to sit a Silas this game, for example, but he is someone that usually performs better on those melee champions with a couple mages as the exception rather than the rule. So the between worlds have got to be on point though, because I do think if you aren't instantly blowing someone up from Brod, like if you aren't getting the Gwen or the Zehen off the table, there's a lot of long team fighting potential coming out from the Brod draft. The Zehen with the revive, Gwen getting multiple snips down, and then Sivir running you down. I do think Rise have to be kind of on point with target selection. They were in that last game though, to be fair, Joy, but they have to do it again.
Yeah.
And no one beats Brod twice. No one beats Brod twice in a row. No one beats Brod twice in a row, as we have learned so far in this split.
All right, the charm lands. Great damage here from Bear Tree to start with. The weirding connects, but doesn't do too much damage yet. It's very early on into the game, of course. But it's as you say, we're expecting the Broad Curse to carry through the 1-1. So, of course, we're all believing that, Broad's got this. They're going to win this. And yeah.
I think most of us didn't have them in the scoreline they have right now. I believe they're 5-3. The 2-0 as the default against Natives, but the other games are split 1-1. We didn't have them at this stage in the tournament being discussed as a middle of the pack team. And then if Rise do pick up this 2-0 today, I do think the discussion becomes not our Brods a candidate for relegation, but they start seeing like Nuclear Vikings, which is the team we've got tipped at the moment according to the scoreboard. They could be snipping at their heels a little bit. They'd have to win a few more games, Nuke, but Brods, they really don't want to drop games against people we had in that relegation battle, with Rise being one of them. And again, looking at this early laning phase, it's pretty chill, pretty standard. Not massive differences across the board. The one you had mentioned is probably in the bot lane, where there is now an actual CS lead for Sin, which it was the other way around in that last game for DDD. So at least this Sivir pick, it's one of the Sin's favourites and one of Jamsu's least favourites, is showing up a little bit more in this early game.
I also feel that if you are not a fan of Sivir, you just absolutely despise playing against it as well. Because being on the receiving end of a Sivir, that's even worse, to be honest.
You stand on the wave, and you're standing far back, and you hear the little tick as it likes the ricochets jump down the line.
The ricochets.
They didn't hit you for much damage, but they're just annoying. They do like 15, maybe 20, 30 damage, but you're like, I just want to fight you. Like, let me fight. Stop pushing the wave. And it is very frustrating to play into. On across the board again, we see that DDD has already managed to get, they've got resets in the bot lane. Both have got picked up the culls. We'll have to keep track and see who's made the most progress on that since that item has been bought on both AD carries. Sin, again, in this bot lane, he's feeling pretty chill. This Sivir as well does let Akkas maybe leave the lane a little bit more, right? Because the Sivir is just going to wait and push the wave. There's not really an aggressive, there's not an Alistair, there's not a Nautilus, there's not a Leona on the side of Rise. It is that Braum, so it's harder to really get on top of the Sivir to punish her. And you can already see here, Akkas, he's been making a few moves. He's hanging around mid lane, he's going to be coming back to bot, but it will let the Ak attack, or rather Ak defend, now he is this split, no longer that top laner of old, to get a bit more out on the map and get a bit more done in this early game for Brod.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what you want, right? You want to get your Bard out on the map. Cure, early top lane posturing again. Double dash forward doesn't quite connect here from Nurenekton, so we'll have to go back, tail between the legs, to that wave that we have been freezing so beautifully.
There's not, and again, that top lane matchup, Aniki, to be fair, did get camped last game. He did have a buy in his lane a lot, so I think he should be expecting at this game, and I hope Brod have also sort of expected it accordingly and have Tweak cover a little bit more than he did. He has a bit of an easier time covering, I would say, this game with, the Zehen compared to the Graves, who kind of turns up a bit late and that champion kind of does nothing. At least Zehen can kind of run you down. But overall, it's a quieter early game. No real difference in gold. CS leads don't seem to really mean too much. Tweak, though, he's here to fight for the crab, but Jamsu's all ready to cover.
Yeah, Nikki's making her way down, but crab has already been secured, so Tweak will just decide to back off, and Nikki loops back around to top lane.
A good move from Jamsu, honestly, to make sure that his jungler's able to secure that level 6 off that crab and deny any more golden XP from the enemy jungler on the Zehen. Meanwhile, the Bard, who you'd expect to be the more active support, is hanging around the bot lane. He's just sort of looking at DDD menacingly from a distance. And it means that overall, Jamsu a little bit more active early on than the support that, they broke up the Sin Jamsu bot lane going to this split world. And Jamsu's on a warpath today. He's going to have bragging rights in the Brod's Discord if this is a 2-0. And I think that's also probably a big driving factor for this guy's performance, where he's now playing a lot more aggressive than the guy that's replaced him. Sin, he's going to have to... It's like that meme of the guy holding the hands with his girlfriend and the girl walking past him.
Oh,
Sin
yeah.
was looking at Akers while Jamsu was holding his hand. He's gone to the girl that's walked past him, and now Jamsu's showing up. He's dressed, he's had a glow up. Sin's very jealous. I don't know how you respond to that, really. It's a relationship. It's UKL drama. It's
no
like Love
regrets
Island,
here.
but the UKL. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I don't know how you
UKL
respond to that,
Love
really.
Island.
But back to the game. Back to the game. Dragon is being taken by the Brods, and there's a fight happening top.
Oh yes, there is. Needlework comes out alongside the Dominance. That was it. That was it on top. Now we're back
Yippee.
to slapping minions, but do get first Drake going over to Broad. And we talk about it all the time, right? Dragon stacking early on.
It's not as early as last game. It is, that sort of 8-minute dragon take, which gives you a much later, soul fight. But it does mean that you at least have some drive towards a win con going line. These grubs are being taken. Wait, Bard's here. Hold on. This could be a big fight.
Tempered Fate. Double stun. Tweak comes for the connect here. No dominance available here for Renekton, and that is... I was gonna say that is looking good for Broad, but I take that back. That is not looking good for Broad. The Between Worlds comes in, and that is First Blood picked up here by Ketsuo, and they're immediately running at that top lane. Aniki in the middle of that lane. Has flash up and available. Stun comes out. Just trying to buy space here. Nice and counter engage here, but the flash comes out and Aniki gets the kill, has to pay for it with his life. But I think that is the best outcome he could have gone for here, Rob.
I mean, it's great for him to get at least a kill on the board in the return. You see the item completion for Renekton now as well with the Eclipse. Just want to say with that Grubs play, Broad sort of just walked in and didn't get a push, didn't secure push in mid lane. They were playing sort of off tempo a little bit there. It meant that Ketsuo was there first because mid hadn't been pushed. Jamsu was there to support, and realistically, despite Aniki moving down, it was a 2v4 in which Tweak lost his life. And that's not a great start when the team that hasn't played together much. Remember, Aniki, Tweak, and Sin, they played an entire split last year on Rise together alongside Jamsu. But still, together, they should have an idea of how each other want to play. And they seem a little bit not on the same page there, or not really skipping steps, so to speak, of pushing in a wave and bringing numbers. Bear Tree was nowhere to be seen. And when Ketsuo is getting that first move, the Between Worlds, incredibly strong teamfight ultimate. They end up blowing up Tweak, and now they've picked up the Grubs. They pick up a kill top lane. Yes, Aniki returned the kill, but still, Rise are making proactive plays, and they're 1,300 gold up. Great to see that it wasn't just a flash in the pan, Joy. I think last game, you could have written that one off and said, bad draft. Bad draft, totally. Hard to play. Broad will have this next one. But Rise are showing up in a more standard draft sort of scenario. And they're taking it to the Broads. Not what we expected coming into the day.
No, absolutely not. As we talked about it before, right? They're up for the relegation tournament. Sorry, can't say they're actually up for relegation just yet. But no, we talked about that, and Broad, we see them as you say, in the middle of the table team. There's a season assist coming out. Charm connects so onto Jamsu, but looks like Akers in one hell of a hurt. Between Worlds comes out again, gets the kill. Nice rotation from Ketsuo to pick that one up.
And Cure's getting a little bit more confident. In that last game, very quiet on the fight other than the place top. Here, he pulls the trigger, he knows Akers is overextended, and it's a pretty simple kill for Rise to pick up onto the support of Broad. Sin's quietly in this bot lane. They're just farming it out. These two ADCs not really had an impact on the map. It's been the supports that have come along, and it's been so far Jamsu who's getting the better of that support versus support matchup on the roams. Really solid play coming out from Rise early on. Their jungler and support are playing together. They're making sure that none of the lanes are falling off of the face of the earth. Demo's having a good time in top lane. Bard is here again, by the way. He really doesn't like the crocodile. He's had enough of playing support. He's going back to his native environment in the top lane, as he is. He doesn't really want to play with Sin, it would appear. I don't know. This guy, he's trying to be active, but it's not really meaning too much. You see there, Demo waits. Akaz has wasted time topside. Not really shown too much. And already Ryze are entering into that bot side jungle together as a unit.
Yeah, they are. And now Akaz will see them.
Ooh.
Nice charm here from Bear Tree. The stun to follow. Will it finally be a kill? There's the magical journey. The stun connects once again. Cure surely dead here as Sin shows up for another magical journey. As that will be a second kill going over to Sin. And that is what we need to get this Sivir rolling.
Absolutely massive counterplay from the Brods. They recognized they were pinging on the bot side. They saw Cure walking in. They could have assumed Jamsu gonna be playing with him. It wasn't Sin going, I've got to take my wave as every ADC does. He was there to cover his jungler's camps. And shout out to Bear Tree for getting that charm onto Cure. If Cure gets over that wall, that fight isn't happening, right? There's nothing's going on.
Totally.
It's just like ships passing in the night. But now Bear Tree showing up on an easier champion to make plays on from distance in the RE, gets that charm, they get the kill, and then they get another kill on the backside onto Sin. The Sivir is now online, and this is a champion that can put the damage across team fights. So Brods, they were looking dicey. They're now back in a position where they're no longer 2,000 gold down, and they're making a play here though, Ryze.
Sin has to really care for the spacing here. But we have another stun connecting here, and that is going to be Tweak on deck as well. And now we've got a double kill on the side of Ryze going into DDD.
Onto this on-hit Varus. Let's make that clear. It isn't going to be the lethality poke you from distance. He is going to be putting down the auto damage. Blade finished. Chain to Corruption comes through. Easy double kill. And that was Akaz stepping up a little bit too far, I would argue. I think they thought we have a support coming in. We have numbers maybe. And it was just Ryze who brought more.
Yeah, exactly.
Really good.
Absolutely caught by surprise.
Surprise, if you will. Excellent joke. Great wordplay. Surprise. I love it. No, it's Ryze here. Yeah, they're showing up again in this game. You got okay. It hit the mark.
Way too long.
It took a bit,
took me way too
but
long.
we got there.
We got there in the end, but God, yes, I did it. And I'm gonna say that was my play on the word, but yeah, no, not intentionally. Pun not intended, I guess.
I would say the biggest surprise of this game is Cure at the moment. He actually showed up for that bot lane fight on time, and they're making a play mid here. But it's an Aurora. She presses R, she presses W, and she's out. So now it's Ketsu can get a base off of this wave, as will Bear Tree. And Brods plays, they hit in the around that bot side jungle, and then they missed in the bot side. I've seen this one before, by the way. I've seen Akaz walking up and slapping in top side. Demo's a bit annoyed. Where's my lane opponent gone?
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, Gwen is actually bot, so that answers your question.
Get out of there and go back to fighting her, because I think Renekton doesn't want to face a Sivir Bard, so at least he's resetting. They're now matching the lane assignments here, or at least trying to. If you are Ryze, you don't quite have first track onto this Herald, and I think they're giving it. So
Yeah, I think they have to.
Brod aren't giving objectives, right? Brod are sitting there and fighting everything, and Ryze are strategically choosing when they do and don't want to fight. And that's a good sign, at least, for a stable game. Akaz is going in. He's going to be fine. I say that, and he's just been punched in the face.
Yeah, no, you say that. That's absolutely a caster curse, Rob. That's a caster curse right there. He had the tempered fate. You said he was going to be fine, and look what you've done.
It's my fault. I've caused Akaz to be punched in the face by a pink-haired woman, and that's on me, and I will be thinking about that, and I am sorry for all the Brods out there. Aniki, he's looking for a play bot side. He believes he can take this 1v1.
Yeah. I mean, he does believe he can take this 1v1, and Gwen might be a little bit immune to things, but not to all things. That is one dominant, not yet quite a purse, crocodile.
Surprising he took it. He seemed to be, so sure, and yet it seems not go so well. Jamsu's here to cover, and so's Cure. Akaz, you're in a bad spot again. Yeah. You've got to be careful. Don't die for the fourth time. Okay. He's fine.
He's fine.
He's okay.
He's fine. They didn't want him. They didn't want him this time.
Jamsu sent the message. Jamsu's already, he's already keyed Akaz's car, if we're going into relationship terms. He's already shown up in that regard as the crazy ex, and he doesn't need to prove it anymore to Akaz, because there's been a a police charge put against him. But no, it would appear that Akers so far, he's not having the best time in this game too on the Bard. I'm sure he'll land some great tempered fates as it goes on. There's a few good targets, right? Like, let's take the Varus in mobile carry. He can maybe land one onto him. It's a bit harder to land it onto something like the Vi or onto the Aurora, and it's quite hard to necessarily cancel the engage that we see coming out of Rise. So we are looking here for Akers, despite the scoreline, to make a couple, there's a few plays he could potentially try, although it will be hard. Aniki, on the other hand, is not having a good time in what a matchup we thought might be a bit easier for him than the last one. He is down, 15 CS and turrets.
Ooh, yeah.
And maybe life.
That is another turret, potentially life, as we do see the dominance coming out once again. The Tempered Fate to try and save. The needlework doesn't quite connect. Akers actually flashes forward, trying to save Aniki. The Gwen still standing, and the Crocodile is now officially a beautiful purse. But Ketsuo is looking for blood on the top lane.
It's very close in this top lane matchup, or top lane fight, I should say. With the Between Worlds had been used by Ketsuo, Duppy Maker, or Bear Tree as we like to call him, doesn't fall. And on the other side, there is that kill. This time, it's Broad that brings the numbers. We've seen... Hold on.
Gwen is immune, but not for long. There's a season assist, and that will be it. Aniki goes down.
He does, but we see here, Broad, they're going to use that. They're going to use the fact that the Vi has shown on the map they're breaking down mid-turret. This is a good start, a use of this Herald, meaning that they can get a bit more space on the map. Ketsuo is looking. No Between Worlds for the Aurora, so a play is actually quite hard to pull off. Remember, no cease and desist either. And the Broads are just running at them. They're just sprinting at them. They go, you've got nothing on me. You've got nothing that can stop me from playing this. It is looking like Rise want to take a fight. There's a dragon in 10 seconds.
Drake's up in 10, and Jamsu's very low. Great catch here from Tweak and Sin together. They will put Jamsu in his grave, and that's fantastic. Opens up an opportunity for Dragon here. Uneven numbers.
Yeah, I was a bit worried there initially that, were Broad's going to try and overplay the hand. It isn't the case, because they know there's no cease and desist. They know the Between Worlds isn't available. They're able to play it relatively slowly. Jamsu overextends. He had Flash still available. He just falls. And they give this Dragon over here, Rise. Doesn't feel great, but again, it's not the end of the world. I think I'll say on the desk he preferred the Rise draft. I think Rise's draft, as it goes on, would be a little bit easier. Hold on a second.
Between Worlds, yeah. Has to be used just to get that distance once again, and that is going to be Ketsuo actually just throwing that ulti out, but now it's not available for any team fights either.
Yeah, and that's the big sort of pointer here. I mean, Baron's spawning in 35 seconds. We shouldn't see a massive, 20-minute rush of any Baron this game. So I imagine he's going to be happy to, use that ultimate to get out. It isn't like there is, the Drake is in 4 minutes. It's going to be up by then, so we're pretty chill. Aniki, though, being a bit more confident in this side lane matchup, I do think Rise need to get out of the matchups they're currently in, by the way. Renekton into Ahri and then Aurora into the Gwen feels quite bad, and you'd rather have it the other way around. So Broad lane assignments generally better at the moment, but it is going to come down to, I think, who's going to use their go buttons a little bit better, because we're going into a more lull state here. No one wants to give over too many kills on sides. It's 5-7. The gold is, a little bit in favor of Rise, but there's obviously the opportunity here to catch someone. Bard, Akers on this Bard. He's on a mad one at the moment. He's kind of running around doing his own thing. He's dragging people to the top. I like what they're pinging out here, Brod. They're looking to maybe overload a side lane and then force onto Ketsuo, because look on the minimap. There's three members coming in. Aurora is in grave danger.
Yeah, well, there will be a control word spotting them out, but that will be too little, too late. Fantastic Tempered Fate to turn off the tower, and that will be Aurora on the deck. We're eating good tonight.
And there's not a real answer on the other side of the map, right? Because they've already taken that bottom turret. Have Rise. Cure and the Renekton are Cure with the Vi and Demo on the Renekton. They're not going to be pushing bot particularly easily here. They get the top turret now, Broad, so they kill the mid laner. They get the top turret. They can get some vision down on the top side. They've broken open the mid turret, so they have a lot more space to play. Demo's recognizing he's got to stay for a bit longer to at least bring something back. And thank you, producers, for bringing up the gold here. If you look in the bot lane, it's a 2,000 gold difference in favor in the mid, but elsewhere it's all in favor of Rise. Renekton's in trouble, though. In comes the Ahri.
Yeah, he is indeed. Bart on her heels. We do see the charm going wide. Renekton does get to walk on out of there.
Renekton, walking away with his tail. I think he has a tail between
he
his
does.
legs. And with the Ari, who has 9 tails, I believe, that's more tails, and so therefore she's scarier. She ends up picking up this bot turret. Just overall, Brod, they're making a little bit better go of it in terms of map play, right? That was something that I was a little bit critical. We were talking behind the scenes during the break. Brod seemed to just not really be as proactive in that first game. They had a comp that generally got outscaled, was harder to play, and they sort of sat there and didn't really seem to always be the ones on the front foot, preferring to farm up. And Brod aren't doing that this game. You saw that with the play topside. You've now seen them take the turret bot. They've already broken open mid. They're now they're pinging on the top side. They're bringing numbers up. Look at Tweak on the mini-map. Look at Bear Tree. Look at Akers. Look at Sin. There are 5 members running top here to punish Rise's overextension.
I love that we're taking the Hex Gate for that wraparound.
Oh, we're going.
Let's see. Tweak is going to be the first one looking for the engage here. Never mind, there's Akers. Cure trying to go on to this Ari. Will not do it. The Tempered Fate is massive. The Charm, though, connects onto Cure. The Season Assist will not be doing enough as this Vi goes down as well. 2 kills for Broad in a beautiful execution.
They find a really nice window here where they recognize 3 members of Rise are on that top side. DDD still in mid. They don't need to go and deal with that mid push. We're just going to make the play top first. Then we're going to go to this Baron. This contest is quite... is possible for Rise, I will say. Demo's pressed ult. He's a big crocodile.
Oh, yes, the dominance comes out though. But there is nothing, absolutely nothing the Demo can do. Gets caught, goes down. DDD has a fully stacked lethal tempo, but will not be doing enough either. This on-hit Varus, he does damage, but he has no mobility and he's got no health to play with there.
Yeah, he manages to get CC'd just long enough. I think if he's free hitting there, that might have been close to a triple kill.
Yeah,
they cancel the Baron. They cancel the Baron. Okay, they cancel the Baron. So at least, you know, the death in the top lane from Ketsuo and then also Cure doesn't result in, you know, too many objectives going over. Rod have to reset. Looking at the map now, 20 seconds onto Dragon, you are seeing, and I'm liking this from Rise, we didn't see it in their previous games, Jamsu and Cure playing together. They're here first. They're trying to secure what vision they can and also push mid. This is a bit like burning the candle at both ends, but they're still making it happen. But DDD isn't alive for this Dragon spawn. He's going to be up, and he's going to have to get the Hex Gates and get in there quickly. Rod should be the first on this objective. Aniki's got TP. Ketsuo does, but I think the threat in terms of that 1v1 is in favor of Aniki. Rise, they're going to be entering second.
Yeah,
and they just might have to give it over.
You see how much space is given over here to Akers already. That means Ari can get into a position to follow. The TP comes in here. Oh, another TP coming in as well. Akers has to stay there to body. The dominance is there. The dragon has somehow also been pulled, but Renekton falling so incredibly low. As we do see Sin just gets to fire away free on this side. It will be a double kill for the Ari as now they're looking for more as the hand goes in. And it will be 3 kills going over the shutdown onto Bear Tree, but it will not matter. The Broad will still come out on top here with Jamsu running for the hills. He's the only one left to tell the tale as Tweak has already started up this dragon.
And you see there, man, Rise, like they play on a split kind of angle, right? You have Jamsu and Demo around that sort of blue buff wall, and then there are 3 members pushing mid. It's not a cohesive front. And despite a pretty decent Chains of Corruption from DDD coming down, it doesn't result in many kills. Akers is kind of stood there, pretty high HP, not being hit, for example, because they have to deal with the Gwen killing their team. They have to deal with the Ari and the Sivir. And it's just a lot of targets for Rise to actually try and lock down. What I will say, Demo died very early in that fight. He really didn't do much on this Renekton. There's a reason why in comp you often don't see like Eclipse Renektons first, because you give up a lot of tankiness that a Sterix second gives you. And so now in these fights, as you thanks for the gold here, you can see the real threats have now all got a bit more gold injection. The Broad carries are ahead. Most importantly, Sin on this Sivir is 2,000 gold in the lead. And he's been able to kind of free hit most of his fights. He's not died. It's 507 on this sort of signature pick. He's having a great game. DDD's caught.
Yeah, he is caught indeed. Tweak will look for the engage, and that will be snip, snap, gone you are. And it's like you're saying, I love that Sin gets the free fire for... He gets the free fire for free, haha. But it's the spacing that he does during these team fights, right? Like, they have the on the hunt, but still, manages to just dance around everybody. And now the call is to go for the Baron. I do like that Rise has tried to go and look for resources in different angles, like Ketsuo now pushing for this bottom tier 2.
They're trying to make something happen on the map. They recognize without DDD alive, it's very hard. It's very, very hard if Ketsuo dies as well.
Yeah, no, well, but that is exactly what will happen here. Spirit Rush gets invested, and that will be a dead bunny once again.
Ketsuo's had it looked okay early on, and it's been just a very hard game getting caught out top lane a couple times. And now, in terms of the gold difference, look at it in the mid. In terms of items, I should really say, Ari on 3, Ketsuo still sat on those double needlessly large rods, waiting for that death cap to come through. It's looked great for Rise early on, and Brod have kind of formed the phalanx. They've stopped the rot, and they've been able to actually make a couple decent map rotations, which have been on the back of Sin and Akka's really looking like they're calling them to play together. And we had a few concerns with the Akka's Bard, and so far it's gone from 0-3-2 to 0-3-13. He has been everywhere as this game has got on. And man, DDD, I'm also looking at your items. You're going a wit's end. I think you're not going to be quite tanky enough at the moment in time. And Ketsuo, he's dead again.
No way. That is daylight. That was daylight robbery right there. Ari just lands one charm and boom, gone was Ketsuo.
I don't think you jump in. That's my analysis of the situation. I think jumping in as Aurora there, it's very, very risky, and you see how much damage this Ari now does. The siege is not going to stop. They need Ketsuo up with the Between Worlds to actually have a good, team fight AoE ultimate that can really start, slowing the team down, right? If you've got that the Between Worlds up, Sin maybe is easier to collapse on. If you're dead, you can't do anything. And now Rise, they're having to defend the base 4v5. Ketsuo's up in 10 seconds. I think they're going to have to look for a play, because this Baron push ain't stopping from the side of Brod.
No, and I mean, this is starting to look a little bit familiar, don't you think, Rob? Because this is exactly how the slow bleeding started for Brod on the other side of this, well, on the earlier side of this series. Aniki?
He's got to walk away. They're giving up here, Brod, the push. It's difficult. It's really difficult now for Rise with these 2 hits down. Is he going to get this? Hold on. Okay. No, I mean, Ketsuo's going, but I think this is a risk. We saw what Betty did into him before.
Yeah. Oh, but here's the Between Worlds Spirit Rush to counter it. Yeah, and I guess that's fine. Trading ult for ult here.
If that charm lands, by the way...
Yeah, no, he was dead again.
I think he's dead again. He doesn't have death cap finish. He needs a little bit more gold in his back pocket before getting that. That will be a big spike. To be fair, that will be a huge spike of damage for the next objective fight. However, that next objective fight is Brod's soul in 45 seconds. It's a Hextech soul as well. This will make it very hard to actually run away from the Civicom, because they're slowing you down with that chain lightning that the Hextech Dragon soul gives you. So if I'm Rise, I think I need to be here. I don't think giving it over is an option.
No,
and Brod are here first. They're just here first. They're just here first. Like, Rise aren't being able to get anywhere out of their base. They're having to push those waves in. If they give this over, I think it's a very, very hard likelihood to play. Can Q go for a steal? Unlikely. Doesn't want to have his GA popped, right? He really needs that for a big fight. They're going to go on Aniki in mid. Can they make this happen? No, there are Brods to support.
No, exactly. It's like Tweak shows his face and the call is immediately, okay, no, we don't want this. We back off. And yeah, look at all the space taken here by Brod. They just get to start this dragon, and Rise is nowhere near. They need to find a way in.
The dragon will be gone by the time they get in, and then they'll turn for the fight, Brod. This is the fight that wins them the game.
Yeah, potentially could be. There's the GA being popped, and so much damage is just being traded out here. Charm doesn't have to connect. The damage is there. Sin is chasing with the On the Hunt available Between Worlds just to buy the space here for Ketsuo. But I think it's just too little, too late. They've sealed their fate here. Gwen's already on the base, and this is looking like that Brod 1-1 curse will stand strong.
The prophecy has been fulfilled. The Brods will go 1-1 again against every single team. The max fixing allegations, they're alive and true. Thank you, Gov. Someone get that clip up. because I'm pretty sure there's going to have to be some investigations by League Ops off of this series. But no, well done to the Brods. Great performance in this game too. It was a bit shaky early on, and then I think they suddenly were like, hold on a second, there's this thing called macro, and we should probably do it. And they started playing together onto sides, shutting down Ketsuo, shutting down Demo, and they seemed to be, the Rise was something like, the Brods are playing the game, and then like they just sort of fell apart. And it's honestly a great sign for them going in again that if it was a 2-0, would you start being like, is this the Brods' downfall? Maybe. Doesn't happen. They secure at least another win on the board. Tiebreakers are going to be very funny going in to playoffs because they're going to have, no one's going to have him against the Brods, but the Brods won't have him against anyone else.
Yeah, but that's a worry for another day, I suppose. But you know, we just get to be happy that that the 1-1 it still stands. And let's be honest, we didn't doubt them for a second, right?
No, it's it's as we told you, the script writers, Brod actually are the masters. They've written the script. They have in the notes, in like the not in the epilogue, like special mentions to when you write a book. It says Gov from what Corbs and Sek have written because he asked for the 1-1 curse to be there for the early season. It brings a bit more drama to the whole entire league, and
it does.
Absolutely amazing. You know, it's just wonderful to see that the Brods are going to have to make that fabled climb. He likes to talk about that. He'll go to the desk and Gov will talk about this. We started last season pretty badly and we had to climb up. This is a better start for us this season. Well, it is, but also you're not beating anyone too handily in the league. So maybe next week we can see them step it up. But so far, performance from Rise in the first game, performance from Brod in the second game, we get another 1-1.
Yes, we do indeed. And we all love a little bit of extra drama, of course. Character building, story building. It's all going to be there this time around in the UKL. Well, not just this time around. It's been there pretty much all the time. But we've some more to look forward to now. I do have to give it to Akers. The Tempered Fates were chef's kiss. Big money. They really, really set up the game for success.
If you had said that at 10 minutes, I might have been like, "There's no way you've."
No, exactly. You would have called me mental.
I would have called you mental. But this game, at the end, I think he played so well on Bard, and I do shout out Akers for the battle of the Sin boyfriends. Akers comes out on top in this game too.
You are the winner of Love Island UKL version. Congratulations.
Yes.
No. Yeah. I think overall this was once again very entertaining series brought to you by Broad and Friends and starring Rise Gaming this time around.
I think we might have the desk coming up soon, I believe.
I think so. Production.
Yeah.
Yes.
And with that, the desk is here. How are we doing after that game? Broad ended up evening it up 1-1 up against Rise, and I would say pretty strong, dominant fashion here in game 2. Thoughts, guys?
Yeah, script's coming through strong with the 1-1 again. It was just strong. I think the draft did way better. The coordination was definitely there that wasn't there in the first game, so maybe it was just needed to warm up a little bit. I think it was a good performance from Broad. Yeah.
Nice. Okay, so let's get right into the replays then, right? Let's get some meat on the topic. Starting with the first one, this is going to be around the Baron where they actually catch a player here. What do we think about this moment in the game?
Yeah, so this is pivotal. Broad was strong even coming into this part here, but this is what solidified the game. This wonderful Bardo. I think we're definitely going to be seeing Akers on the Bard a lot more. This was wonderful to watch, and yeah, it played really well for the team. I think the bot lane was strong enough with the Severe where he could just go and help out where needed.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. It's just so hard to walk in here they're already down 2 members, obviously, but even despite that, right, with what the Bard and this Ari are going to provide, you're just like running into CC after CC. Here, there was a comment like maybe you had Cleanse instead of Barrier. It would have been an easier fight for that Varus, but regardless, it's just there's so much to dodge, so much to avoid, and it's too hard to be fancy feet there. Gov, what do you think about that moment?
I mean, we just had a complete domination there towards the end. I'm really, really happy that we came back. It's a bit sloppy. The script keeps going. It's going to go over and over again. I think again we're still really, really sloppy, unfortunately. But I'm hoping that this kind of ignites another fire beneath us. I don't think we're going to be too happy losing a game to these guys.
Yeah, and going on into the second replay, once again, I think what the key that I want to hone in on is the coordination from Broad seemed a lot more focused in the second game. They seemed like they understood what the game plan was and what they were trying to do. Maybe that's because of comfort. I know you're talking about Sin on the Sivir. The double kill meant that Sin was essentially going to win. That's what you were saying as the game was going on.
I said in the green room, you know, as soon as that 12-minute 2-0 came in from Sin, I was like, we don't even need to bother watching the rest of the game, guys. It's all that's it. We're winning the game now.
Yeah, and so with that, now Broad one step closer towards the top of the leaderboard. Oslo, you know, would have wanted that 2-0. Meanwhile, Rise, you know, with this 1-1, still a lot hinging on their match up against Nuclear Vikings coming up soon. Some final thoughts from you guys before, you know, we start headed to a break. What do you guys think after this series? What's up next for Broad? What's up next for Rise? And where are these teams, you know, how are these teams going to go from here on out?
I mean, we're going to have to wait for the inevitable 2-0 on the Rift. We were going to play Natives next, but that's not happening anymore. So after this, we actually have a bit of a break now for a week and a half. We play Bandits next, another kind of mid-table team for us to go against. Like, we're going to hit a 2-0 at some point. So sure. I hope it's then. Maybe. Okay. I don't know.
Hopefully,
we don't know what would happen in Game 3 now. So I just have actually no idea what would happen in playoffs at the moment. Where does this team go? I don't know.
Fearless, of course, also changes that dynamic as well, right? Because we get no repeats. I know we saw repeats in this series, like the Vi. But Toast, your thoughts?
I think these two games in total, I think the series was way more important for Rise here. I think Broad got to show their strengths again. You know, having the 1-1, kind of still in the same spot they are. I think Rise, this gives them a bit more of a lifeline, shows their strengths, shows that they're not just going to be the bottom of the leaderboard the entirety of the league. I feel it was a great performance from both. Great game. As I said, I love seeing when both teams do well. 1-1's my favorite.
Okay, that's a sweet spot for you.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Well, with that has been everything here from the desk. Thank y'all so much for watching this match. Do not go anywhere though, because we obviously have more matches in store. Thank y'all for watching, and I've been outside with me. I've been Toast and Gov. Gov, thank you for coming on. Thank you, Toast, for your knowledge. See you guys next time.
Oh, Malphite. All right, here we go. Just
Still going for this space. You would as Chimera super low.
From over there, it's the Rakan coming in for the shooting. The shooting again.
Oh my
IQ.
God!
They lose.
And everyone bow down to Venom Crest. Two-time champions bow down to Jim.
Welcome to the UK Esports League for Nations. We just saw a thrilling, once again, 1-1 series between Rise Gaming and Broad and Friends. Now it's time to head into the second match of the night. It's Inari Esports versus Absolved. I'm here joined by an all-Dutch desk. My name is Chris. Joining me are Bandit and Nick V. Bandit, how are we feeling about this all-Dutch desk in the UK League?
Oh, it's like olden times, baby. We're gonna party today, like it's June 13th, 1667, right on Medway. To the homies who remember, never forget.
Nick, were you there by chance?
Am I that old?
I don't know.
You to be called that old, but no, I wasn't there. But I think somewhere in my DNA, there's probably something written about that.
Yeah. I think we all three have in common that our golden age is definitely behind us, far, far away.
True.
Oh, all right. Well, enough talk about us. Let's talk about the match ahead of us. It's going to be Inari Esports versus Absolve. Now, both of these teams made quite a splash in the first 3 weeks of this league. I would like to personally start with Inari Esports. For me, they had a phenomenal last week, picking up 3 wins, just taking a 1 loss against, well, Broad and Friends. They had to keep the 1-1 curse going. Bennett, I would like to start with you. How do we feel about this lineup? Where are we standing in this competition? Are you just as surprised as I am?
I mean, when you are fielding no one on your roster, right, who is not a new name by any means, there are certain expectations, and they are, for me, they are tipping them. They are reaching those expectations quite nicely. However, today is going to be a very important day where they do get to challenge the absolute top of the league. So now is the time to step up, not just for no one, but the entirety of the team. Level up that gameplay and actually start contesting the top. Prove that you belong there.
Yeah, those are very strong words. Nick, maybe for you a little less enthusiastic, or are you on the same wavelength as Bandit here?
No, I'm kind of on the same wavelength. I think because they have dominated the Div 2 for quite a while, and I think they have been a mainstay for a couple of splits, and they were middle of the pack, and then suddenly they started winning everything. And now they are in Div 1, and they are still winning almost everything. They only dropped like 1 game against Broad. So it's definitely a very positive outlook that I have on this team. But again, as Bandit said, I think today is their first real challenge, because this is the first time I think they face a team next to Broad that is in the top 4. And taking a game off of Broad, which we put in like the pre-split tier list as the #1 team, I think that is very telling that Inari is here to remain in the top 4 for sure.
Absolutely, and for me also very important was that win against the Bandits they had all the way at the start of the split. I think that really set the tone for this team, that they weren't just an ordinary middle of the pack team. They're actually here to contest for that top 4 and make their way into the upper bracket, into the playoffs. Same can be said for Absolved, their opponents for tonight, who have in total also just dropped 1 game, but have accumulated 2 more wins. Right now, the very top of the standings, and there's one name that has been on everyone's lips for the past week or so. It's been Rhythm in the AD carry position. Absolutely phenomenal. I saw in the Saturday show 4 times in that all-star lineup. Is he going to be the man who is going to be doing it, Bandits?
I mean, he has to be, and he already has shown himself quite capable to fulfill those expectations. And just to add to it even more, we are currently sitting in a meta where you are expected to carry, where you are put in a position where you can absolutely run away with it. And time and again, he is given the opportunity to do exactly that.
Yeah, Nick, how do we feel about Absolve? Because one of the most interesting things about this lineup is they have not yet faced anyone of the top 4 just yet.
Quite right, and now is the time that they have to show that they are actually like belonging in the top 4. Right now, they are the number 1 team of the entire list, but as you said, they haven't really faced the good teams yet, right? Not to downplay everyone else, but like the top 4 is the top 4. What I'm specifically looking for is not just Rhythm, but also Emil in the mid lane. I really want him to pop off. And I think with no one as his lane opponent, he will have quite a challenge today. But, you know, it's up to Emil to make sure that instead of his lane opponent being the number 1, there is just another number on the list to face him.
Yeah, this Danish showdown that will happen in the mid lane is going to be very exciting. Emil has been playing competitive league for so many years now, and I think that will also really be helpful against this matchup versus no one. Earlier today, we were asked to fill out our predictions for this match, and surprisingly, they have been going all over. You're on the desk. Nick, we agree. We are on the same page. We think it's going to be a competitive series 1-1. Bandits, I think you're going to have to defend yourself here a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think it boils down quite simply to the fact that in our esports, I don't trust them. I am not trusting in their mathematics because I'm just afraid that despite no one being very good, I don't think this team is able to carry the one against Emil and Absol's lineup as well. But I mean, for me, it comes down to consistency. And when you are fielding a Rhythm on your roster, I trust he can get it done time and time again. Also, it has been scientifically proven that predicting 1-1 is boring.
Well, Nick, do you maybe want to substantiate your boring 1-1 then?
Well, my boring 1-1 is actually the fact that I originally thought that Inari was going to 2-0 them. But then I saw, oh wait, they actually have Emil Rhythm, who can pretty much like do everything on the map.
Then you grew more boring, yeah.
And then I grew more boring, unlike your hairstyle. But it's a 1-1 for me. I think I would still be leaning more towards Inari making it a 2-0 instead of Absolve being able to make it a 2-0. But I think it could go either way in the end.
Yeah, that's more of the story. I think both of these teams finding themselves very high and safe in the standings right now. It's a solid 2-0 here could just catapult you into that first position, leaving you even more safe in the standings. I think it's really going to come down to the wire. Anything that we're looking for is in draft. Any picks that we think are being contested? Anyone who wants to speak up, please?
Well, when you're going to draft, I think the most exciting bit to be talking about is what kind of role will you be assigning your top laners? How much agency will you be giving them? And will be coming at the cost of prioritizing any other lanes. It is no surprise that Rhythm has been enjoying a lot of priority and getting a lot of high tier picks for it. But when you look at these top laners, Oku and Soimu, I am believing that these more carry-heavy top laners are able to get it done. And if, at the very least, they pull attention away from a bot lane, giving more room to breathe for these hyper carries later into the game. And I want to see that reflected in draft.
Yeah, well, I think we're just about to dive right into it. Draft is ready to go. And our esports on the blue side, Absolved onto the red. And I must say, Absolved in the past couple matches, they have not been showing much versatility in their draft. You see a high presence of Xin Zhao, Syndra, and Karma as a kind of a foundation for their matchups. We'll see if we can see those tonight as well.
I think like the first thing you would really be looking at, right, is what is Inari gonna pick on B1, because that's probably the power pick that is going to identify their whole team mechanics that they want to run today. Like, you can go boring if you want to go Orianna. You can still go kind of boring, but a little bit more fun in the Rumble. But usually when Jarvan gets banned, it's probably not going to be a Rumble, but you can still make an argument for the Orianna since Jarvan kind of hard counters her.
Yeah,
Varus is on the table.
Varus on the table, Wukong is still up, and when you're looking at the role that no one has who can get so scrappy in his lane. He's going to need a jungler to be able to match that. So for Inari, picking away the Xin Zhao could be very, very interesting.
Yeah, we take a look at the bans. We already mentioned the Jarvan Horizon Zir for Inari Esports. Nothing really all too shocking here. Kind of also attacking Emil, who has been enjoying some of these control mages over the past couple weeks. Absolved, missing a first ban, and going for the Zahen as well as the Yone. A little bit of a buck pick from no one, and I think Oku has also got a little bit of a hand for that champion. Then the determining factor, the B1 pick, it will be the Dr. Mundo. Continuing perhaps on this trend of boring, Nick?
Well, I think Mundo is boring, but I think Mundo gives you that flex power pick in jungle and top lane, but you do kind of run into a Gwen who you can also put in top lane or jungle, and specifically the Varus. I think Rhythm is one of the best Varus players in the Four Nations right now. He can play all styles of of Varus. You can usually counter with a Jhin, but then Varus, when you build a lethality, counters Jhin. So in that sense, like Varus, not easy to counter, and when you pick a Karma with that, you want to poke a lot. So now Sivir suddenly becomes a little bit more interesting to pick for Nico.
And to put it in the bigger picture here as well, by getting yourself that Varus Karma, you're ensuring yourself so much prio in that bottom lane, almost ensuring yourself the first 2 dragons of the game as well. And that already puts a bit of a dampener on that Mundo, forcing him to get to those fights if they do manage to get the dragons before he can truly get scaling. No Jhin this time. It's the power couple in the bot lane, Ashe and Seraphine.
Yeah, Ashe Seraphine really rising in popularity as well. Ashe's Frost Touch on the passive can easily get a slow off with the beat dropper of the Seraphine, and there's so much utility provided by the bot lane of Inari Esports. We're going through it rapidly through this draft as the Aatrox is also locked in to finish the first picks of Absolved.
Yeah. And still a flex as well.
Oh. Yeah, so the Aatrox is a takeaway. I think this is not going to be a... it might be a top lane Aatrox, but only if the Mundo is being locked into the top lane, because Aatrox is kind of a tank buster. With the Varus, of course, you have healing reduction as well, so that kind of nerfs the Mundo. And picking Aatrox here, it means that you can just ban the direct counters to it, regardless if it's going to be top or jungle. And with that, you kind of secure that Aatrox is just going to be in a good position to play this game, as well as it being a takeaway from Nat, because I think... if I read it correctly, he has played Aatrox twice already in the 4 games that they've played, so it's definitely a important takeaway. Of course, the Urgot ban is very much aimed at Soy Mimic, so that is going to be again taken away. So they also expect Aatrox to be in the jungle and not in the top lane, which kind of also tells me that they don't want to put the Mundo in top either.
I think if you're looking to really flesh out this composition still, and you are looking at what Varus brings to the table, should you be worried for like the very... I mean, Shen is still open, and currently I feel like you're doing pretty comfortably as Oku into the Varus, being able to flash taunt on their behinds, giving you the global pressure, putting Mundo into the jungle safely. Getting rid of the Gnar sure might get you a marginally better matchup as the Aatrox, but it might come at a high price when you are fielding Varus and you're struggling to DPS down another Shen and a Mundo, or an Ornn, for instance.
Yeah, we see 3 top lane bans in the second ban phase, as well as the Akali, who could also still go to the top lane, of course. Yep, both these top laners have also played a lot of tanks, one of which is the Ornn, but I also see a Sion that's still available. Poppy may be a potential option if we still want to go deeper into that champion pool. Ornn for now, a very safe answer. Nick, is Aatrox mid still one of the things that we can play nowadays, or is that Aatrox kind of safely locked into jungle?
I mean, technically you can, but you're going to miss a lot of AP damage unless you put that in the jungle. It's not something we usually see, but again, I play Kindred mid, let's be real. What I do expect is to kind of counter the Ornn. You can, for example, you can lock in a Gwen. I think Mundo is actually fine to Ornn. I think he pretty much has I wouldn't say a free lane, but you know, they are wet noodle fighting in the top lane. So the Mundo gets to scale quite easily. Ornn only really cares about XP, because then you can get your ultimate, and of course at level 13 you can start building the items for your team. So Ahri being locked in, I think that will just be countered by a who will it be? It could be LeBlanc. There's a lot of assassins that Emil plays, but Syndra is usually like a safer pick against that, because you have a range advantage in lane, and then once she hits level 6, you can really just wait out one of the dashes, and then you just angle a QE combo with her. Of course, Victor is a champion that I know Bandit likes to call boring as well. Echo would be nice. I would like that.
Yeah,
definitely.
Let's take a look.
No, that's exciting. That is exciting. Now, that is what we like to see.
It is an assassin pick again that Emil really likes, right? And I think with the Dusk and Dawn, I think Echo, we don't see him often, but when you see him in solo queue, he can just solo an entire game if he really wants to. And even if he cannot like go for kill pressure, being that assassin style, he can still just take towers whenever he wants.
Yeah, and a very strong pick right here coming through. Bandit, you had a thoughts?
Yeah, because when you are looking at the lineup from Absolves, right? You have plenty of range in that lineup. You have a non-committal engage. You can threaten the backline with both Varus and with the Echo. I feel like you're getting a whole complete package. And to top it all off, you have a very passive top lane. So you can focus all of your attention to Rhythm, to that bot lane, get him ahead in a lane he's supposed to be winning already. I think Inari Esports are in for an absolute world of hurt.
Yeah. It's going to be a very, very difficult one in our esports. They very safely closed out their draft with an Ahri and Mbessa, really not showing anything crazy new or exciting. Absolved on the other side. Pick up an Echo, pick up a composition that can completely tear apart your team. And I feel like Inari, they kind of want to just play that front-to-back style. Now, Bandit, you still happy with your 2-0 prediction?
Definitely. I think I'm feeling very confident with if they can continue the way they're drafting like this into Game 2 as well. Most definitely. To shine some light on the other side of the medal, though. I do like the Ahri pick. Even though it is picked blind, I think it gives still plenty of agency to no one to impact the game, either in top or in mid. It can clear out the wave safely. Kind of hard to punish, kind of hard to gank. It does it all. So instead of getting a Victor in, or getting something other with like a long-range control mage. I think Orianna was still on the board as well. I do appreciate mid laners that like to give themselves the tools to impact the game proactively.
Yeah, the drafts are locked in, yet we are still a little bit undecisive. Wu has actually won this draft. Who's going to take the win? But perhaps the casters can give us some insight on that. We'll welcome to the stage the guys who actually bring the UK into the UKEL. It's going to be J-Real and Gizmo. Take it away, guys.
Hello and welcome back. It's UKEL at its finest. We have 3 people from the Netherlands. What do you know about that? No, I do love it. Thank you very much to the desk for breaking that one down. And Gizmo, I've got to say, we've been handed a crazy draft. Do pardon the pun, you know. But it's a sentiment where we've got Echo going on. We've got Mbessa. I still want to know whether that's Mbessa jungle or top, because the Mundo obviously needs to find his place as well.
Yeah, I think definitely that's something that we need to at least see when we go into the game. I think Mundo will struggle into the Aatrox in the jungle as a matchup, because that you know, you can easily destroy the Mundo shield, which gives it a bit less. So maybe the Mbessa gets pivoted into that role. But yeah, really interesting draft here. I didn't really expect a lot of these picks, but it seems like maybe Absolve are experimenting. You know, they have locked playoffs already, so maybe they're trying out a few different picks that aren't normally their standard. But definitely some more interesting styles that we're not seeing from them normally. Except from that bot lane, which is just the standard Varus Karma, which they've sort of rinsed and repeated, really.
Yeah, let's have a quick look at our predictions. I don't know if that's what production have brought up for us here, but hopefully they can. Because essentially, you know, we had those predictions on the desk, you know, crazy, even called it out for boring 1-1 predictions, right? We've gone fully 2-0, but we have gone the complete opposite direction. I've obviously chosen Inari, partially because, you know what, they're 7-1 right now. there's worlds for upsets, and you know what? They could be the dark horse of the league. You've gone for Absolved, which I feel like is, you know, it is a pick that I feel like is warranted.
Well, what's better than 7-1? 9-1. So that's what I'm saying. Okay, and also like Absolved's playstyle, I really like it. You know, it's bot lane focused, really playing hard to Rhythm, who was, you know, MVP pick on the dream teams. I can see why, and I feel like that playstyle does really well in competitive play. It's just bare bones.
No, like the thing is, I gotta say this though, right? Like the one loss that Inari have is against the legends of the 1-1, like the people that can never be not 1-1, right? Brod and friends, like they are it when it comes to 1-1, right? Like you don't beat Brod twice, like that's just a rule, and they followed the rules, right? Whereas on the other side, like Absolved lost to Bandits, which is a little bit surprising given how strong Absolved have been and how, I guess in a way, off form Bandits have looked. Like Bandits definitely a team that still needs to be a little bit cautious around, but I'm just a bit surprised given how strong Absolved have looked as well. But we're getting into this game, right? You talked about the bot lane. It's become a thing again. You said pretty much everything is a bit mixed up except the bot lanes of both teams, which you, I know, think are very imperative.
Yeah, I think, especially for Absolved, like they always play through that bot lane. I'm expecting to see a gank at 3 minutes to 3:30. They consistently pull that off. And the only times that they've struggled in games is when that hasn't gone in their favor. Noticeable one was against Jolly's team. You know, we're going to call him that because, you know, it's just nice and easy. Give him a bit of shout out. He loves that. They did have a bit of a struggle into that one, but that was when they played into a team with Peel. So like when you have a peeling bot lane, they've struggled into that because they haven't been able to get that gank off effectively. So maybe that'll be part of it, but in this game they haven't got that as a backup. So, you know, if we do see that go in their way, it's all about that jungle tempo into that bot lane play. I think when it counter ganks or has peel, it really goes against Absolve, and they aren't able to snowball from there. Otherwise, they take that snowball, they get like a 20 CS lead, they go 2k up, and then they then push to mid. I think we can see that consistently if it starts to go behind at 3 minutes.
Well, here we go. Like you said, 3 minutes, 3 minutes 30. That's what you need to set your clocks to, people in chat, because that is when we're expecting the gank in the bot lane from Absolved. Will it be matched by the side of Inari? Who knows? We're going to find out. And also, we do actually have the Mundo confirmed. It is going to be in the jungle, and Bessa going to be in the top side as well. So, interesting that we're going to see this matchup, though, because obviously, we do have to think about this. Nat has played a lot of Aatrox, so should know the matchup pretty well. And they're both starting top side, so your prediction of the bot jungle gank is on the cards.
Yeah, and I mean, it's pretty standard clear, right, down to bot side. I think in most of the games in the UKEL I've seen, that's been the standard. But what I do like to see is the difference with Absolved. They will skip doing the Scuttle Crab to try and make this gank happen. And they've done it in about, I think, 7 games that I've watched, they did it in about 6. So they really try and abuse that small timer window there where you just don't really expect them to make that play. So maybe we'll see that happen in this game, maybe we won't. But again, I think Aatrox does win in the 1v1 into Mundo early game, so that can really like help on that aggressiveness with Absolve wanting to play that more early game duel.
We do have a lot of aggressiveness in the bot lane already, right? Being taking a little bit of a trade. I also want to talk about some more numbers that you brought to me in this green room, right? You talked about, okay, not only do Absolve gang bot lane a lot, but they don't team fight a lot.
Yeah, so one of the things that I noticed is watching back a lot of their games was Absolve don't really team fight. They get to the late game and they just get a pick and then go for a 5v3, right? They never actually get a proper 5v5 fight. The only times I have seen it is again against the Bulldogs, against the Bandits, where they were in that behind position, and during those times it's when they've struggled with this objective setup to get to that point. So that is when they've struggled in those fights because they haven't had the setup, and they've been flanked quite easily. So they're very much a pick comp into doing objectives rather than sitting back and setting them up. So we could start to see that struggle through if they start to fall behind. However, they have been known to get these aggressive early game leads. Ash Seraphine, an aggressive bot lane, but is still falling a little bit behind here.
Okay, so tip would be, try and get them 5v5, don't let Absolved get a pick early, but we are going to see this gank starting to occur. Nat walking forward. It's pretty close to the tower though for Absolved, so I do think it's going to be a little bit tricky one, and they do have the Aatrox obviously in the close vicinity. Maybe the Scuttle Crab will just be the option instead, and it will just be the quick back away, but we might see a little meeting in that river. You said the 1v1 is on the favor of the Aatrox, and I think we're seeing that to play out a little bit. The Scuttle Crab already taken, and Mundo going to walk away, but it was taken by Utki.
I mean, that's exactly what he wants, right? He can do that and he can part down bot side. You can see bot lane trading aggressively here. They might, you know, the late wave is not in a situation where the Aatrox can really gank efficiently. But what you'll see here is you'll see Rhythm reset. He's got TP, so he can come back in and then they can take this fight on full HP if they decide to go for it. This has been I mean, look at that TP. If that's not saying there's a gank coming, that's very aggressive. Look at the flank,
is coming. It's coming. It's past 3:30, right? It's a little tiny bit later, but they're there. We've got Utki moving forward. They're pressurizing underneath the tower, and this is going to be a dive. How will they make it happen? Right now, the Aatrox just getting a little bit of poke down, just buying a bit of space, buying a bit of time, and the snipe coming through lays up their Seraphine. First blood secured, but it might be a 1-1. Here comes Nat to take back a kill. Briefcase to the face. Inbound.
Yeah, and clearly Nat's been listening to the broadcast because he knew that gank was coming, or he's just watching many games. But either way, you know, nice read there to be able to punish that. But again, this is the pressure we're talking about. Absolve, they're pushing the tempo consistently in their games, making this play through bot lane. And even though that gank didn't go 100% in their way, look at the CS advantage they've already accrued on Rhythm. This will snowball till it gets about to 2k gold lead, and they'll then force that into the mid side. And I expect to see multiple ganks go down that way.
Ooh, and that might have gone a little bit too far here. They're reading the Mundo as well, who will just be heads up against this Mundo. This is a dangerous position. Gets dragged back. There's the stun from the Echo, and Nat is just going to get obliterated.
Yeah, and it begs the question. You know, you chose to pick this Mundo into this Aatrox. You know, you could have flexed it back up to top side and given yourself more of an aggressive jungle pick, and you're playing it like you can duel this Aatrox at every stage. It just, I mean, you got the early kill, but this is not the stage where you're the most aggressive. This is the stage where you're weakest into this Aatrox.
And now we see the return steal of the Raptors. However, this one will be successful. The smite taken away. No chance for Cold World to move down. So there will be no 2v1 this time around. And it's a little advantage added up to Absolve. 1,000 in the lead now, 6 minutes in.
Yeah, and again, look, 20 CS lead in bot side. I told you it would happen. We bought boots as well. Now we're going to see them clear the bot side, straight into a gank as well. Look at where the minion wave in bot side is. It's going to be hitting tower soon. If they're able to get there in time, freeze it using those... I don't think he's going to get there in time to freeze it, but if he's able to pull that wave, well, he might be able to. It then causes them to be overextended for the next play when the Aatrox is there, but I think he's just going to let it go. But either way, we're seeing this tempo applied. Yeah, they're the ones setting the tempo of the game, Absolve. We need to see Inari mix it up, try and push them off their tempo.
And I'm scratching my head because do they do it through bot lane pressure? You know, you're saying the Aatrox is stronger now that we've even got Utki on a bit of a lead over. Now it's like, do they have to kind of give this up? Do they give the dragons over? Do they play for top side? Because you have Mbessa, who's quite the aggressive pick, but obviously Ornn isn't the easiest to kill.
Yeah, I think you've just got to try and like at least contest a little bit of this bot side. It's going to be hard, but you are Ashe Seraphine. You have the CC to land it. You've got an Ahri. It's just contesting that push in mid side. So maybe just taking that Mundo to mid, helping contest that vision, that push in mid side, and then moving it down to the bot side. But instead of seeing that, just invade top side. So maybe we might see him meet the Aatrox here. But either way, Emil.
Ooh, Emil stepping forward here. This is a risky one for the Ahri. Gets stunned. The prediction is there, but the follow-up damage will not get the kill so far. Both low. Emil does have the ult, and we are going to see another fight in this topside jungle. Nat trying to get away. No chance to get out of this one. Another kill gifted over to Absolved by an aggressive jungle roam.
Yeah, and I think just Nat's trying to push the tempo, just trying to get something for himself on the map, but constantly invading the top side is not going to put you in a winning state. You have you know, a team that's so willing to give up waves to then go help the jungle, who's helping, but like they have such good rotations onto you there, and they're punishing quite effectively. Your Ahri's getting a CS lead, but the Echo is able to roam and just get the kills.
And now it's the 3 camps behind the Aatrox, level 5 to level 6, a huge power spike that was in that fight there. And as you're saying, it's a sentiment where they're just losing out on this, and they're essentially gifting gold over to Absolve. We need them to stabilize. We need to get them ready back into this game, because if we talk about scaling, right, like both teams, I feel like scale pretty evenly, unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah, no, both teams scale pretty well. Like they're both very good, but again, like Absolve, they're not the ones that like to take these team fights. They're the ones that like to get this pick beforehand and push the tempo, as we're seeing here.
Once again, pick is found. Ari no ult, slams down the Darkened Blade, and Emil picks up another kill. 3-0 on the Echo, and we've all been against the Fed Echo before. Great flash in the bot lane from Kane to get themselves away from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm happy to give a Varus flash to be able to get Void Grubs this early on onto this comp here. Able to get that, rotate back to bot side. Varus is now ready to set up to be able to get this push. Yes, Mundo's down there to contest, but a Varus that flash with a Karma behind, no Enchanted Arrow, should be fine for a little bit. Seraphine doesn't have flash, so they can't do the flash R combo to CC chain, so this Varus is feeling like pretty comfortable for the time being. So yeah, I mean, get that for Grubs and a kill mid. Very happy.
It's a little bit of an interesting one. My prediction is in danger. I'll be honest. I think we need to get some level 6 team fighting. You know, that's what I'm here for. I feel like you said, get some contention on some of these plays. Get some of the wombo combo going, right? Get that Seraphine Encore, drop in the Crystal Arrow, get the Ari dashing in with the Spirit Rush, and bring Ambessa down to potentially try and get a 5v4 or even a 5v5 and just try and blow up a target. Because at the moment, Absolved, they're doing what you said. They're getting the picks, they're finding the plays, and I will say Inari are kind of giving them some ammo to fire off their guns. But there's a world where, you know, we can see them start to pick up some early team fights. Maybe Inari can bring themselves back into the game.
Yeah, and I mean, the easiest way to do this at the moment that I can see is to play off this flash timer for the Seraphine, right? You got flash, you got ulti, Varus doesn't have flash. This is the time where you're meant to use it. As we see this, he's about to die. And I'm pretty sure they're about to die to a dive.
Oh, they're so low. The Echo has ult. There's the stun. There's the shield. They've just got it all in the bag. 2 more kills, more gold, and a 6,000 gold lead. Sorry, not 6,000. A 3,000 gold lead at 10 minutes.
Jumping the shark a little bit there with the gold lead, but yes.
I saw 16, so my brain was thinking 6. Number 6 was on my mind.
Fair enough. As long as it's not 7, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's awful.
No. Stop already. And that's something we're also saying about this Echo. Another play forward. Another play where you're going to have to burn Spirit Rush just to get away.
I mean, Seraphine's behind, so maybe be able to do something, but Aatrox looking.
Aatrox is here as well. World Ender going to come through, but the stun, the charm, it's a lot. The tower does the work, and Aatrox does go down.
Yeah, slight overplay there. Not expecting the Seraphine to be sitting there, but you know, either way, it just shows Absolve pushing the tempo again. Yes, Ari gets a kill on the other side, but I mean, they're going to probably lose a lot of the tower here in return for that. So it's a winning play, but you know, it's at the downfall of Absolve overplaying.
But sometimes a small win is a small win. You know, you got to kill, you got to shut down. That's some gold back in your pocket. Ari now has their first item. Maybe this can start to unlock them getting around the map. Now, Echo has built the infamous... Would you say it's infamous? I feel like Dusk and Dawn is almost as infamous as, you know, Gore Drinker was back in the day.
Yeah, or the old Prowler's Claw even. I think it's such a... I actually think it's a really fun item. I think there's so many different things you can do with it, like so many little micro interactions. But I think that it's just too good on certain champions for those micro interactions to be worth the fun of the item. Like I feel like there's certain champs that you can get away with like really fun things, like, you know, Tam Kent being able to get like double stacks on, things like that is like really fun. Senna being able to get stacks off just queuing, stuff like that. It's really fun.
You were telling me about Tarek yesterday.
Yeah, Tarek getting the double heal, things like that. Really fun. It means you can put an extra point into Q on Tarek. Not a great first item on him, but you know, 5th item, you know, support's got extra gold now. Really good. As we see, this could be the play for Varus, but
Setup's there. There's the Encore. The charms landed. That's a lot of damage already, but they haven't got the kill yet. The arrow locks them down. 1 is secured. Can they get the second? Beanlord trying to stay alive, but will not last long. 2 kills, but they both go to Nat, which maybe not the best play, and we're getting the return coming out from Absolve to Emil. Looking for the stun, not finding it, as we do have Utki on the play as well. Moving forward, but no CC landing. And now just going to back away.
Yeah, very important there that they were able to actually lock up Beanlorn there at the same time, because he's the one with the Mikhails there that would have allowed the Varus to get out of that play. So locking up both of them stops the Mikhails from being able to come through on the Varus, save his life in time. So really good play to get both of them in the same encore.
I'm just buying a bit of time, bit of tempo, getting a bit of gold back. It's all what we want to see for a close game from Inari there. Now we are going to start to see the bot lanes moving around. Interesting that they did it so early on. I would have thought maybe they would have held people in the lanes, but they are going to take this bot lane tower here. Emil going to pick that one up, so a bit of gold back into the bank of Absolved.
Yeah, I think it's just holding the Echo down there, right? Echo's already made that run down to try and make that play, so might as well just save the CS the way he's going to the tower, just rotate over. Means you can also play for maybe an invade on the Aatrox in the top side. He's got his full clear, and they can set up for vision if they want it for a potential Rift Herald in a little bit. I don't think, I mean, it's 6 minutes, so maybe a little bit early to get the wards down for that, but you can set up that vision so you can look to go to top side, you know. Top side hasn't really made an impact this game yet.
Yeah, it's been very quiet. I know we've obviously talked, we're talking about the bot lane, right? We're saying that's where it needs to play. The junglers going bot, the mid lane ganks that we saw, obviously the rotations going into the jungle. But yeah, top really hasn't done a lot. And I feel like the Ambessa pick, I'm still a little bit surprised by. I want to see it kind of pay off in the mid to later stages of the game. At the moment, obviously, they're just kind of farm simulating versus Ornn, as we are going to see a lot of scrapping in the jungle there for that red buff. It is going to be secured, and they will start to walk away with it. But it's a sentiment where, you know, the Ambessa, like, when do we get returns on this pick?
Well, you know, you'd hope it would be winning lane, or at least like trading even. Obviously, it's got the CS lead, but you know, as a counter pick, you know, you'd want it to be winning consistently against us all. I know it doesn't, but you know, that's what we sort of want. And we've really just seen like hands off, waiting for the team fights. It can make a big impact in this team fight if it lands. You know, if you land the Ambessa onto the back line, you can sort of, you know, it does follow the arc of the comp, right? You know, you have got a bit of a dive comp going on, but for the dive comp to work effectively, you have to be, you know, even gold or ahead. So I'm not seeing the impact yet for its value as a counter pick, but it could surprise me going later. As we see, it might get dove here, so it could be worth it.
Knockup's there, the knockup's coming again. Echo going to move in, but not going to be able to close again just yet. But actually, they will. But public execution takes Ambessa away from them. They're moving around, but it's not enough. The damage is too high, and there are too many members in that top side. Ambessa shut down. Yes, it opens up for a little bit of plate gold on the bot lane, but once again, right, every single part of Absolved game is winning. They've got the mid, they've got the bot. Now they're even getting top ahead.
Yeah, and they pushed that right into Herald. I was correct with the Herald call. Sorry, the Baron thing confused me. They set the vision on the top side, get the Herald as well. So yeah, you get tower, you get Herald, and then you're going to be able to get mid tower off of that Herald as well. So you're very happy to take that as just a bot for top tower, and you get the extras. Great. Obviously, for the Ambessa here, you know, if that was released Ambessa, she kills all of them, 100% there. So you know, maybe it's an old counter pick.
Oh, okay. That's interesting, actually. I'm just going to have a quick look if they've actually played it before. They've not played it before in an official. So, yeah, it is definitely one that's a little bit newer. But also, I do feel like what else was going to be locked in here. Anyway, going back into this game, the Aatrox, they're just going to start clearing up some camps. We've got a little bit of a lull, right? 30 seconds before the Dragon, though, so we are expecting the setup. And I feel like this is where we're starting to see the semblance of we want to see the 5v5. We want to see the pressure applied from Absolved to really take the game away, but actually, is this a moment, Gizmo, where Inari could come back?
Yeah, I mean, this is where Absolved falls short in their previous games, right? It is these objective takes. They haven't been able to set up this Drake ahead of time to do this big, as we see a fight starting.
Arrow and Encore used. That doesn't give me a lot of hope for this fight coming up, because Aatrox is moving forward and there's nothing to stop him. Good dodge on the Ornhorn, though, does buy space for the team of Inari, and they have managed to waste a lot of cooldowns coming out of Absolved, but what do they have to fire back with? Nice charm, but a really good cleanse coming out from Rhythm there. It's all even in terms of ultimates at the moment, but who is going to make the next step? Who is going to push the buttons? Well, it looks like Absolved are starting to back off a little bit, and as you said, they're not the biggest full-on 5v5 fans. Nice stun, though, from the Echo. Does lead them in public execution to try and take back time, but it's a mess in this river. Emil, though, is just cutting through the team of Inari. Only one person has gone down from either side, but look at the Aatrox stepping forward. The charm lands, the damage hits, and it is all gone wrong for Inari. Absolved coming out top, and it is only the Ambessa left to run.
Yeah, only a matter of time in that fight, you know, just stalling out the time. Look, touch and go there for Absolve. But in the end, the Aatrox stepping up, jumping onto that back line, flashing forward, getting those 2 kills, really sets up for the straight. You know, again, but it does show cracks in Absolve, right? We saw that fight could have gone the other way very easily. It's so touch and go with how they fight these fights. They're always looking for that one pick to start off the rest. And I think it might have been a bit over-eager there from Mutant top laner to make that play happen. Just unable to get that knock up on that wall, unlock that Ambassador to get the ulti onto the back line, freed it up, nearly looked at winning for Inari, but it does show there's a kink in the armor for Inari. They can keep going and try and play these team fights, try and get into it. They have a strong comp for that at points. They just need to pick a target and focus them.
And it almost feels like there was a little bit of a communication issue at the start, right? Because they threw the arrow, they threw the encore, but had no follow-up for it. So if they'd had those ultimates, you know, 10 seconds later, obviously it's all hindsight, but that could have definitely been the difference, right? So there's still hope, there's still potential gameplay, but obviously we are now looking at that 6k gold lead, right? And it is closing in on 20 minutes. The growth has been continuous for Absolved, and it has been a linear pace as well. So at some point, Inari are going to get golded out of the game, essentially. So they kind of need to find that moment to strike really soon. Otherwise, I do feel like this is going to be game 1 Absolved.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, Inari are sort of like, they are playing the counter engage when they're the dive comp. So they let Absolve use all of their ultis except from the Echo, right? And then they went for the counter engage. I feel like it looked winning there, but you know, they've got to try and push the tempo as well. They're the dive comp. They can pick off individual members if separated from the group. So I feel like they need to set the tempo. They need to set the game, because then they can make these moves first. You know, we know Absolve are slow to get this vision set up, but see if I start
they're not slow to get a pick, and they have found another one straight up. Seraphine down. Nat trying to cause something back, but there's nothing that can be had. A couple cleavers here and there are not going to really do anything to Absolved, and they will take another prize once again. And you know, Absolved, they're sticking to that strategy. Get that pick, get that objective, and win a game. Right now, they are the lions separating the pack of Zebra.
Yeah, and I mean, Mundo can go where he pleases, but he's not going in there, is he? And like, clearly... And you can see Absolve, they're walking around as 4-man, they're giving up top CS for this, to try and pressure us as a stack. That they know they outnumber them. They can play these fights better, as we see.
Oh, another Chains of Corruption lands, and the damage from Emil is crazy. The Echo is just doing way too much to the Embessa, and once again, we're talking about payoff from the Embessa. It's just not had the opportunity, because when you can't live longer than 2 seconds, how can you make a play?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. When I saw the Echo in Champ Select, I was a doubter. Right, I said I'm not a big fan of it. I didn't think it fit my views of Emil from previous games. However, I've been proven wrong. It has shown up in these team fights, landing on backline, one-shotting people, even one-shotting an Ambessa. Very nicely played, and honestly, pretty good. I'm very happy with it.
And we could get a book as well, you know. We might be getting some reading done in this game. Hold on a second, we have managed to get a fight in front of the Baron, but Aatrox has dropped the World Ender, and all of the chances to get him killed have disappeared. Good night to the side of Inari. Another fight they wanted to take, but does not go their way, in front of Baron Nash as well. The purple buff is going to be secured.
Yeah, and can we just call out Beanlord there for that flash? The flash heal, and was it Mikhail's? I'm not sure. He just flash healed to save the Aatrox, because I think the Aatrox would have been executed otherwise. And then able to pop the World Ender, get that Omnivamp going, and then all of a sudden turn around that fight. I know Inari had to try and make a play, and that looked like a golden play. It just happened that, you know, there's Khan with all these heals, these shields, and trying to save them there. Really, just great play by Absolve to get out of that situation.
A lot of people are going to be really happy with the fact that you commented on that, you know, because we heard yesterday someone was saying, you know, all these carries get all this love when a play is made, but it's actually the support, you know, and there you go, a perfect example of it. Shout out to Beanlord on that one, maybe even give him man of the match. But at the same time, we are going to see more plays happen. I feel like now the Baron's secured, Absolved can just run the game down. Like, surely it's just formulaic at this point, right? They have a 10,000 gold lead, Gizmo.
Yeah, I mean their main thing here is that they're looking for a pick just before Drake. You know, we've got 30 seconds before Drake. Go back to the standard where they look for a kill.
Oh, Oh, pick, not going to happen, but maybe, just maybe, Beanlord was locked up, but it's Ambessa that has taken all of the heat. Varus free hitting in the backline, and the World Ender has been popped. The horn goes down, and they are sounding the call for war to take out this game one. Inari have crumbled, and that is running away. He goes where he pleases, which is only to his own fountain. The stun will not lock them down. On the other side of the map, we're getting a long chase. The TP out for the Ari will be successful, and they will stay alive.
That might just be important enough to save the game here with the Ari coming back. Maybe able to touch the wave to be able to clear it, stop that from being the game here. But either way, it just shows Absolve. You know, you've turned up to these team fights, you've done everything you can in the early game to get this goal lead, and now you don't even need to be in the right position to take these fights. Absolve, like Inari, looked like they took a perfect team fight there, CCing through the back line. Obviously, I know that the Ambassador went a little bit early, but really good CC chain. But the amount of gold difference now, 10k gold, well, 12k gold now, is just too much to overcome at this point for this comp. You know, you're playing a dive comp, you're so far behind, they can burst you before you even get in and do your full combo.
Yeah, it's also, I think, just the worst feeling is when we're seeing Inari get a pick, get a lock, start the fight well, but like the wallet diff is just too strong, and it's just like, yeah. No, you're not going to actually get the kill here because our stat stick is just way too powerful. If we can actually get a little look at the individual gold piece production, I just want to see the numbers on my screen to confirm my bias here.
Yeah, and I think just gold, like, I feel like, you know, you've got the gold diff, item diff, everything else. You've got a book, you know, going on the mid lane. But even levels, it's just across the board, just simply executed their comp perfectly. They know what they want to do in these fights. And I think Inari just needs to push the tempo maybe 15 minutes early, try and make something happen. And they're playing these games once they've already lost the goal.
We're going to start to read from this book. It looks like Absolved wore white on the day they were to kill Inari. They're going to take them down once again in a team fight. They're looking for the end here. Echo jumping in, damage landed, but actually dies. This could be the turnaround. Inari might make a comeback here because they've just held off Absolved in their base. Maybe we spoke too soon.
Yeah, maybe they're not Seth. You know, maybe they got to go back a little bit. Maybe take a bit of a breather. But yeah, really
if you read a little bit more, you know, not necessarily the goat. But anyway, we're not going to drop spoilers on the UKEL. That'd be crazy. But either way, Absolved, they've not been clinical enough yet. Okay, obviously they're going to have a few more attempts, right? They are still very far ahead. But what? Break it down. What? Because I was kind of just like, oh yeah, they're going to win the game. And Ari have held out.
Yeah, again, just overstepping, right? Echo trying to go for the tower, bit of miscommunication, getting CC chained there. You got, you know, it just seems like, you know, again, we said Absolve don't normally 5v5 fight. They're 5v5 fighting in the base. They normally get a pick and then go for this fight. First time we've seen them actually 5v5, well, I think second time we've seen them 5v5 in this game, and it goes in the favor of Inari. It just shows that there is potential for this combos that can happen. It's just they have to have the CC, like, Inari need to have enough CC in the right places to stop it from happening. In that fight, Beanlord wasn't there to make kills, wasn't there to be able to save the front line, so yeah, able to pick up those kills and push them out of the base. You know, Ash Seraphine is still really strong like lane. It still is a really strong pick, able to CC chain. It's just waited too long to come online.
Well, they're going to get another opportunity to defend the base. Was that a flash? No, that wasn't a flash. But either way, we're going to get another opportunity in a minute. We are going to see Emil looking for a play here, but that's a nice charm starting off this fight. It's a low HP Varus who's getting away, and look at the rest of the team. Nats being run down. The World Ender is surely going to go find their ADC as well. Nico has to run into the base. As I've got to say, the Mbess is living for quite a while, but they're not necessarily getting the kills back either. And the Ashe is fending off two monsters in the base. That's going to be another kill, another win, and the Nexus exploded.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's a bit of a masterclass there from Absolve, right? Like they played their early game exactly how we planned, right? They played through bot, maybe a little bit off on the timing, I will say. You know, I said 3 minutes, they came at 4. Yeah. That is what it is. But they dived consistently. They put the CS ahead, ended up with a 40 CS lead in the bot side, snowballed that into a mid lane. Emil on the Echo really popped off, really came down to bot as well to punish even more the Ashe Seraphine. The only way back into the game, once the Mikhail's picked up for the Karma, really hard to punish as well. just really well played from Resolve just to hold that gold lead.
Well, it is like it's hard to break down because you know what I mean. For me, I feel like Inari had those moments where like they actually had a lot of success potential here. If they had just been, you know, one play earlier, right, then maybe it happens, right? But they have a bad play, then they go for like what is a good play, but because they just behind, they don't manage to convert it over the line, right? And I feel like it's exactly what I'm kind of expecting from Inari, is that they are a great team that have a lot of potential here. They just need to put themselves in the right situation, and actually they can take down any team on a good day, you know. But Absolved make it difficult. They make it really, really hard for you to actually make the good plays, because like you said, from the get-go, yes, it was 4, not 3. But they're there from the rip. They're making plays happen. They're pushing the tempo, and they're forcing you into mistakes. So it's a really good game one. I'm very happy with how I saw both teams play, if I'm honest. Gizmo, how do we see it turn into Inari's favor in the next game? As a little snippet before we actually throw us back to the desk.
Yeah, so I think Nat read the early game very well. Was really good at punishing it and trying to be there. Obviously, it had a few bad invades at the top. But if you're going to go for these invades, you need to play something that's like dual heavy, right? So I'm thinking, you know, you pick up the Zin, you know, for instance, and you go in, you constantly go for those duels. You play the game like if you turn up to fight the jungler in his own base, you can one-shot him, right? Because they were reading the plays. They know the game plan. They've clearly studied Resolved, know what they need to do. They just weren't on the right champ. Like, if it was someone else other than Mundo, I feel like they could have contested.
Okay, what I'm hearing is you think that, you know, Absolved giving a little set that, so you're asking for the Casa Jhin. We'll see if that gets picked up. Either way, we're throwing this one back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Jerry and Gizmo, for that stellar cast. First game goes to Absolved in this set of games. Bandit and Nick V joining me here on the desk. Now, Nick, we have talked during this game quite a lot about the jungle matchup, Nats, especially on the Mundo, and it was also just mentioned by the casters. Maybe not Mundo the right choice here.
Yeah, I think in draft, I would have probably put Mundo top lane anyway, and then just punch at each other with the Ornn. I don't think there's anything that you will really do. And then Mundo just gets to scale through the game while you get a jungler that invades a little bit better, like a Xinjia, for example, because the early invades that Nat was trying to do to counter jungle, they just ended in him dying to an Echo. And that kind of brought Emil back into the game because there was a CS difference. But because of those skills being gifted over to Emil, he could just snowball the game entirely. And that Echo looked very, very strong. And that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, Rhythm together with Emil, they can just carry the game.
Absolutely. Now, we have a first replay here that really exemplifies it. Bandy, you had a lot to say about this clean dive. Not just how it looked, but also what happened after it. Let's take a look.
Yeah, you can really tell from this clip how Absolved is trying to play this game, pressuring through the side lane. This was the first time they actually went to top lane, and they performed it so cleanly. They are so far ahead, they can get away with it so quickly. However, during this tower dive, the Varus is actually no longer in bottom lane. He is rotating out of there, where Mundo and Ari were looking to get that cross map going, and that is the way Absolved is not allowing their opponents to get back into the game, garnishing themselves a juicy shutdown. They're putting a stop to it, and they're making sure that there are no comeback possibilities.
Yeah, because that really get rocky for Inari, but always like these possibilities of, you know, we can still come back. We just need a couple more moments, and we saw a couple of great picks from them. For example, a double kill in the bot lane. But at the end of the day, it's these plays in which we really see the strength of Absolved. Nick, anything to add?
Yeah, I think it was, when we speak about the bot lane, I think there was good itemization from both Rhythm and Beanlord at the same time. You had the boost of swiftness from Rhythm, making sure that not only is it kind of standard on lethality Varus anyway to land those Qs, but there's also like a reduction of the slow that Ashe gives you, so that it's still easier to make sure that you dodge the follow-up from Seraphine, because of course she can snare, and if someone's slowed, she snares, and if someone's snared, then she stuns as well. So it kind of nullifies the the pick potential that Ash Seraphine has, plus of course Beanlord then also rushing Mikaels means that Varus just doesn't die, and we even saw that in the end where he just lived on 1 HP, but maybe that's a bit of luck as well. But I just want to add that I was kind of, at the beginning, I was kind of like, is Absolve really the number one? And I think with this, they kind of solidify, yes, they probably should be at the top.
Yeah, really strong performance of them. And now in our second replay, we also really see that coming through. Not just clever rotations, good macro, but also just really dominant in the team fights. This was a lengthy one. Bennett, I'm going to give this one to you because it starts going out. It was kind of like, everyone just throwing abilities and nothing, no one dies.
And you have all this engage from Absolved, which they only have like 1 or 2 tools from Herald invested as well. And then when they are out of fuel to engage further, they have to peel off. It almost goes awry. And then this fight gets split up. The 4 of Absolved against the 4 in blue. Now, when they do manage to find this pickup on the side, there is no more need for engage. They can let their wallets do the talking. And as they split up the enemy team, they get to waltz over them. And from such a long range, when you cannot get that Varus down into the dirt, he will lay the hurt upon you from very far away.
Yeah, this was really the moment where Absolve took the game and ran away with it. Nick, this is perhaps Absolve that we came to expect. What else do we want to see from Inari except for maybe not a Dr. Mundo jungle?
I need Inari, I think, to step up and play a little bit together more, because when we saw the early invades, when Nat went into the jungle of Utki, then we didn't see, for example, that no one had AO in mid, so that Emil was always there first before no one could even help. And I think they need to sync up better in order to really get those early game leads that they are looking for.
Yeah, let's see if Inari can get... Sorry, one more thought, quick.
Well, Nick, I think you put it very beautifully. I think it is really the lack of cohesion currently in Inari that is causing trouble for them, where what they are trying to do in the game is just not reflected by what they have drafted for themselves. So if you want to contest that jungle early, get yourself an aggressive jungler, because I don't mind the game plan. It's not, I don't see your game plan in your drafts. If you can amend that for game 2, you might have a real shot.
Right, let's align our chakras with our draft for the next game. Let's see if Inari can bounce back. I will be back after a short break. Inari Esports versus... and all of a sudden I forgot it. Absolved. There you go, game 2. After this. Oh!
Malphite. All right, here we go. Just
still going for this space. You would as Chimera super low.
Over there's the Rakan coming in for the shielding. The shielding again.
Oh my god! And everyone bow down to Venom Crest. Two-time champions. Bow down to Jim.
Welcome back to the UKEL 4 Nations. Craze Bandit and Nick V here to warm you guys up for the second game between Inari Esports and Absolved. See, I do remember team names. Now, we have dissected the first game previously. Now, looking forward to game 2, I think we want to see more aggression. Bandit, you phrased it quite nicely just a minute ago, saying that the game plan's nice, now the draft just needs to match that. What are you visualizing for yourself?
Yeah, I think you're gonna have to address the elephant in the room here, and is you're gonna have to address Rhythm. You can't give him this Varus. You gave it away. You got Ash Seraphine in return. That clearly was not the secret sauce that we were looking for. So either weather the storm and get yourself something that can get through that laning phase with bleeding minimally, or lay the hurt upon him. Bring the war to their front door by getting something even crazier that can compete it. So it starts with not giving him one of the strongest laning AD carries in the game. That is step 1.
Nick, anything that you see on the mood board for Inari?
Yeah, I think if you can still give him Varus, but only if you really have your team comp drafted around killing the Varus as well, right? We saw a Jarvan being banned from Absolved in game 1, but there's still, like, for example, a Vi, a Nocturne as well. You can just combo that with Orianna, for example, a Rumble, and just layer all of that offense into making sure that the main carry dies and that only Emil's really still standing. But with that, you kind of also need a very aggressive jungler, because that's exactly what Nat was doing, right? So we can look at, for example, a Xin Zhao instead of a Vi or a Nocturne, even. Like,
yeah, I mean
level 6, right?
Look at what Nat plays. He's a menace in the jungle. Zed, Nidalee, Kiana. He can play those champions. So let's enable one of those champions. Let's give him something that he can really start to dictate the game upon with his bot lane, but also by himself.
Wait,
and once again,
Jarvan.
Not just Jarvan, I'm more curious about the Echo Band that Absolved have now taken away themselves.
Okay.
It could be that they still have to switch sides because they're on the same side again.
Might be. We'll take a look.
Because that's also a Varus ban. So I think
it would
it's
make
safe
a lot
to
of
assume
sense.
that Inari are on red side. Once we get that worked out for you, I think it is very nice to highlight what Nick just said, and those threats on the backline with the Jarvan, taking it off the board, getting the Aatrox for yourself locked in first time around, can still go top, can still go jungle, and they've already shown us what they can do with it.
There we go. It is fixed now. Absolved indeed on blue side and Ari on the red side. Now the bans are starting to make a lot more sense. Aatrox B1 then for Absolved. We saw it in the previous game with a lot of success.
I will say I find Aatrox early pick, especially B1, I think is very questionable, because yes, it's a powerful champion, but specifically only into tanks. So now you basically say, like, okay, Inari, just pick Gwen, for example. You can kind of just 1v1 the Aatrox whenever you want. Corki is a very good blind pick AD carry, but in the green room, Bandit and I were speaking, and Rhythm has a pretty nasty Kai'Sa as well. So I hope Nico is wary of that one.
Ooh, but you can see them start to link up, and when you lock in that Wukong, you have to be fearful of the Orianna coming in afterwards. So, Emil, are you going to take that away? Or are we going to give that over? Or is that not where our priorities are laying this time ahead? Because if the previous draft was any indication, Absolve wants to lock in that bot lane, and they want to do it quick.
They also just want to make sure that, for example, like Kali or Yone cannot get picked, right? So I do think that if you pick Orianna very early, then you're definitely going to get a very strong kind of pick. This is actually a combo that you also said in the green room, the Lucian Nami.
Yeah, the Lucian Nami, mostly because it is another bot lane duo that can dominate from lane on out. From minute one, they can bring the hurt to you. And that is exactly the kinds of situations that we've seen Rhythm be so exceptional at.
Yeah, it is definitely a power pick locked in for Absolved in the bot lane. Beanlord once again on a Nami Karma series tonight, but if Rhythm is the one that carries it to victory, he'll gladly do so. It's been a while since we've seen Rhythm play the Lucian, but I've got full confidence after that game 1 showing that he'll do a stellar job at it. Nari Esports then looking to round out their first pick, so Nico is being considered.
Nico always a very strong support. Of course, you can still put in mid lane if you really wanted to. I think it's very underrated at the moment because of all the attention that it's just getting like worldwide in the support role. What you could ban right now, I think you should probably be looking at the top lane if you are in our esports, because you want to get the best top lane there. Or if he's not like your main carry, then look at mid lane for sure. There's still a couple of champions open. Someone still needs to jump in together with the Aatrox, right? There's no front line at the moment, so that's definitely something that needs to be fixed by Absolved. Otherwise, they will just remain being very easy to kill. Right now, there's also no targets for Aatrox to jump upon, so they kind of need to be able to force Inari on a tank top lane at the very least.
Yeah, I think it is. I am worried about the fact that they've locked in Nico so early on when the Orianna was right there. And I feel like when you are playing on a team with no one on there, it is important to have him in a shape where he can start being impactful onto the game. And when you already have that Wukong lined up, you can even ban out some of the rougher matchups for the Orianna and alleviate some of that pressure on the shoulders from your bot lane. But once again, they are looking to answer fire with fire from their own. And once again, I think the Lucian Nami is a stronger laning duo than the Nico Corki. So they're going to have to be very mindful of any early skirmishing happening that is not going their way, because it can be disastrous ripple effects coming throughout the entirety of the game.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see as well the top lane matchup, as the matchup from previous games completely banned out. Nick, is that also what you wanted to jump on?
Loki, I was gonna mention I would probably pick Leona for the support and then put Nico in the mid lane, because with Leona you can just go all in on the Lucian or the Nami, because yes, Nami, like you don't want to go even or trade with the Nami at all because she heals that back. But if you just go for Leona together with the Corki, even at level 3, you have insane kill pressure on the support. But Rumble being locked in, I like it because it's something that I mentioned. You really want to layer the CC on the main carry. Gallios, of course, is a very strong counter into it because he builds magic resist, and with magic resist he builds AP, and vice versa as well. The Orm was banned, but Galio was still here. So it's double AP essentially. And now Victor being hovered as well. It's a very safe mid laner that just skills well into the game. So I think giving that to Emil, especially when it's blind, is very strong. And of course, it still lanes pretty well into a Nico.
I think the main reason that I was a little worried there with the cannon hover is of a concept that we're talking about in game 1 as well. And that is when you have a brawl-heavy, fight-heavy, attention-needy bot lane, you can't be drafting yourself another brawly, fighty-heavy top lane, because you can't be in 2 places at once. So I do like the pivot here from Swami. Yeah, you're going to have to play another tanky top laner. It's a shame. But right now, you are getting a free...
I mean, Bandage...
We're getting a jungle.
You said earlier that we wanted to see spies coming from no one. He has to bring the carry potential here, and yeah, and Orianna together with a Wukong.
This is jungle, I think. I think that's jungle.
So you know what would be massive brain right now? If you put the Rumble in jungle actually, and you put the Wukong top lane, would that Galio just not exist?
Oh my days, we're playing 5D chess here. We'll see where everything goes.
Rumble jungle.
Yeah. Is this going to be the order? Is this confirmed? If so,
Probably,
that'd
yeah,
also be
probably.
great.
I think it has to be. Yeah, with Wukong, you would have a very sketchy. Yeah, no, it's probably the way. But
I mean, that also plays a mean Zed. That's all I want to say. But now it's going to be no one playing it.
And that is the role of a lifetime. Truly. And you are in a position where you can pick an AD mid. We saw the Yone banned out previously to cover off more of these AD mid options. And now it is coming to the Rift regardless. His Ahri was a bit muted. Now his Zed needs to take over.
Yeah, we'll
yeah,
see.
I will say I like the Inari draft a lot here, specifically because Absolve took a bit of a risk with the Aatrox B1, and with that they just said, okay, then we'll just not pick any tanks, we'll just pick damage all over, and then Aatrox doesn't really get to heal anymore, because in game 1 we saw like when he went from 20% to like 80% health with 1 Q. We're definitely not going to see that anymore here unless he gets to hit like 3 targets, but everyone has a dash except for Rumble, but he has movement speed. You have a lot of lockdown with the Wukong and the Nico as well, and then there's insane DPS from the rest. Rolls are correct, thank you production. So there's a lot of potential, and I think a big role is for Absolve's top laner to make sure that no one dies to the Rumble. And then the question mark is who's going to bring the exhaust to counter the Zed.
This is going to be super exciting. I think this is exactly what we wanted to see from Inari Esports going to this game. I mean, yeah, you know, a Nocturne Orianna bot delivery system would have been cute, but why do that when you can have a Zed, right?
There is excitement. There are signs of life, and they're showing that they are not doubling down on their initial game plan. I think their bot lane is still suffering from a few of the ailments that they had in game 1. But if they manage to overcome their previous tragedies, then they are actually set up for a very dominating mid-game. It really comes down to the execution here, and that is a very exciting prospect.
Yeah, we'll see what will happen on the Rift, if the death marks are going to be landed or not. If Inari will tie up this series, or if Absolve are going to stay lonely at the top of the standings. J-Real and Gizmo, take it away.
I've got Bandit in my ear talking about ailments, but I'm not seeing no Gragas. You know, that's all I'm saying right now. At this moment, I feel like Inari is sitting there like, you know, the chances of our 2-0 are dead, but we'll see what we can do. You know, that's all I'm hearing. They're moving forward with an aggressive play. I like the draft. I like the draft a little bit more, except for maybe the Zed. That's a little bit... I was expecting Yone.
Yeah, I was definitely expecting the Yone ahead of time. I think that is their normal go-to, but yeah, Zed, weird pick. I think it still can't really contest for mid-prio. Well, probably needs jungle attention for that. And I think that obviously in the last game we saw a lot of the mid lane being able to run down to bot lane, impact that. 4-man dives consistently in the bot side. I feel like Zed doesn't really solve that. I think some of the other stuff you've done in the comp can try and help to stop that. But yeah, I think the Zed pick doesn't really help in that stop that big gaping issue in my eyes.
I think also the other thing as well, like if we're talking about issues from game 1 that we want to see not carried over, like it was just the invades. I feel like a lot of priority was given over by the constant invades that then went the way of Absolved. And I think actually, like, if we see Nat take a little bit of a slower approach, a little bit less aggressive in that situation, maybe they ride out that wave, maybe they have a better position to go into the later stages. Obviously, it's all hindsight, it's all 2020, we're into the next game, but I'm hoping that we maybe see a little bit more of a conversion of that kind of metric where he plays for that level 6, he plays for those big ganks on that Cyclone, and also maybe kind of just looks to more counter gank, I'm saying, like, because obviously we expect that bot lane gank again, right?
Yeah,
either
100%.
3 minutes, 4 minutes.
Yeah, hopefully they'll hit the marker of 3 minutes this time, just for the sake of my prediction. But either way, I'll happy just get one prediction, which is just a 2-0. But I'll happy with that. Yeah, I think Wukong obviously very more aggressive this time. It's not sitting back like a Mundo. Can actually attempt a bit more aggressive. Can contest in the jungle, fight the Aatrox. It's a winning-ish matchup. They can fight a bit. It's a bit unsure, but at least they have that duality to them where they can fight. Unlike the Mundo where he's sort of does lose into that Aatrox. And if you are going for those invades that you did in the last game, this time maybe you're more enabled to be able to do that, especially considering how much focus was in that bot side. So like you went for invading top side, lost it on Mundo, Wukong, a bit sneakier, able to get over walls, easier to get that invade off.
And also can slap you on the head. Like, I'm not gonna lie, the Wukong double clone slap is crazy. So you got to be careful. We got a cute little panda Rumble skin. I'm still not sold on the Rumble, I'll be honest. I don't know. Like, I know it does really well, and I've played against the Rumbles. I've seen some Rumbles just do absolutely crazy things. But I feel like he's a champ that's hard to make work, and we talked about it so much in the pre-game, right, Gizmo, about how much these teams play for bot lane, that I'm like, how much is this Rumble gonna actually be able to get solo things going?
Yeah, I think it just sort of like, I feel like Rumble just wins lane, but does it quietly, right? And like, it is a CS win, and it can offer its ult in team fights, which is a bit worrying. But I feel like, to be honest, personally, I'm a big fan of the old-fashioned tops. Give me a tank in the top side, a Sion, a Mundo, like, you know, Maokai, Ornn, you know, big boys that enable the team. I don't really feel like the Rumble's a style that I like, but it does work. It does get prior in lane. It is pick or ban. But yeah, I just don't see the impact.
What is happening in bot lane? Oh, okay, no, I saw some aggressive movements from the Lucian. I was like, hold on a second, like, there's no way they're fighting level 1, but they are not indeed. We're going to see also both junglers path top to bot. So once again, expectations have been set before. You have been warned, people in chat. Do not leave your screen for 2 more minutes. But the pushing on the bot side is going the way of Absolved. So can they bounce it in time?
Well, that's the real question. I think they've not got under tower yet, so obviously Nico can send those clones in to delay that push in. Definitely a load of weird interactions that the Nico can do. Really awkward for us that we can't see which one's which, but you know, we can predict. Obviously, Nico actually quite interesting into the matchup into Nami. You know, you can take a clone, for instance. You can clone a minion, for instance, walk around, and the Nami can't press W, E, or I think Bubble can, but you can't W them, so you can walk in, you can apply autos to them and auto trade more effectively. Little things like that you can do to try and get better at the matchup, but it's Lucian Army, so they're going to push you in an entire consistently. And you can see that they're holding off this bounce just a little bit. I think they'll hard push the next wave and let it bounce back in, unless they want this Aatrox access to the wave, access to the Scuttle Crab.
Nice little play there in the mid lane as well. No one just letting you know the Zed is clean. They've got potential. I mean, obviously going to have to be careful in those earlier stages, especially on that level 6 mark. Obviously Ignite also there for the Zed, so definitely one to watch out for. And maybe, just maybe, this is going to be the play. Maybe they get a lot of prio in that. Obviously, we did see Emil last game get a lot of the better of that lane, right? Getting those early kills, able to then put that pressure down. So, you know, swapping the Assassin versus, well, I guess Spellcaster in hands there. We'll see if that does change the flow. But at this moment in time, we're going to see that Aatrox Wukong battle it out. And it's going, I guess, a little bit better than the Mundo one was, but obviously still going to have the same effect, forcing Nat into the top side and actually chasing him across the whole map here.
It's just going to say you don't get any crab. Look, even Beanlord's moved up for this one. Just really trying to starve them out from any resource, really.
But surely Oku can move down. This could be a 3v2. Yeah. Like, this is definitely in the favor of an Ari, right? Like, Absolve can't do this.
Yeah, if he gets the smite again, though.
Ooh, putting a bit of pressure on the Zed. They've got the Scuttle Crab, they've secured it, and now we're going to go forward. Aatrox is doing so much damage, gets the first blood. He does not care. The world ender not needed, because right now he's taking down your team. They're going to trade 1-for-1, but it might be all the way Absolved in the early game. Emil putting the pressure back onto Nat, who will flash forward, will take a kill, but goes down themselves.
3-for-2 in that situation. How does that situation happen? I mean, that's just comfort on champions, right? To be able to step up in that situation on the Aatrox and just go, actually, we win this. It's crazy. I know the Zed used the W preemptively and was able to chase it down afterwards. So either he returns in onto the Victor, but still, like the ability to go forward in these competitive games, you know, with the tension that's on it, is really impressive to see.
Uki just showing us that they have a whole level on Aatrox that we didn't even know about. We talked about Inari being the ones that play the Aatrox, being the ones that are going to wield it. We even thought that maybe the sides were the wrong way around when we saw it pick last game. But actually, Uki knows what they're doing on this pick, and they're making it really work. And the pressure they're able to apply on mid is crazy, as right now in the bot lane, a big fight's going to occur. Kane gets the kill. They might even get... Oh, no, they're not going to get a second. Corki is just low HP from the time that Nico switched into them. But, you know, it's another play in the bot side that goes the way of Absolved. And hey, look, Gizmo, what I got to say is your prediction might be coming true, because it's going very similar to game 1.
Yeah, we didn't see the gank bot side, but we have seen consistent jungle fight. I thought the Wukong would be a step up in these fights, but... Turns out, you know, 3v2, they still win on this mid jungle. Clearly played a lot of games together, clearly have a lot of chemistry together, able to make this happen. And again, bot side just winning in isolation, which is a nice change to see from Resolve when they've not had those resources put into them as much. Even considering, you know, Beanlord did roam up, you know, miss a wave as well. So, yeah, again, Absolve just pushing the tempo of this game forward.
The tempo is being stacked piece by piece. Once again, a gold lead, not as large as last time. You know, they haven't got the 3k just yet, but that was only at like 6 minutes in or something like that. Maybe 10 minutes actually, it was 3k, but they've got time, and we are going to see another clash of the junglers as they are on the bot side. But Dragon is up, bot lane's not really in a position to fight, so we may just see them kind of just lurking around for a bit longer.
But Nat has to come down here because they've set up a freeze off this push, so if Nat doesn't come down to sort this out, it's just in the favor of Absolve. So they look to trade aggressively, but yeah, they can just sit back and just wait for this wave. Worst case, you just sit back and let it crash. If Nat's not here to dive, it's still just net losing for them. Meanwhile, you know, Absolve picking up the Drake on the backside, and Aatrox can still come down afterwards. I don't know if he's going to hit 6 off of this, but I think he might.
Ooh, step into the bush. There's the Cyclone knock up onto Beanlord. The heal's there, and it's just not enough. Nice flash forward to get the kill, and there we go. And Ari making a play happen, but here comes the world ender. Aatrox into the bot lane, takes 1. Can he take 2? Nico with the dash away will get enough space. Valkyrie carrying them out of there, and it was a scary situation. It ended up being a trade 1-for-1, both supports down.
Yeah, but to get that trade, you had to have Nat down there for 45 seconds to cover trying to push that freeze in. The CS lead still went to the side of Absolve, and yet the play still traded 1-for-1. And, you know, in a 1-for-1, I'd rather, you know, give up, you know, the Nami who's sitting back going, I don't need to do anything here, and then the Nico die. You know, it's still winning for Resolve, even when Inari are the ones trying to make a play, trying to do something on the map.
You don't know, just evening out this mid lane as well, just like giving a couple of little bits of heal here and there. The Zed not having a heal advantage, and now just able to walk away and reset them back into the bot side. I've seen a little bit of trading in the top side. I feel like, again, Absolved making things happen, right? How do Inari get into the game is my big question. Again, I said I wanted them to play around this at level 6, Nat obviously getting that gank off, but I do think they kind of got to go back to that square run of just try and run a 5v5.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a comp that can play a good 5v5. Personally, I'm a bit of a hater of Nico, but I can see why it's really good in a 5v5, big ulti, but if it was that impactful, Jamsu would be challenger by now. We've seen him land multiple 5-mans, you know. But I think that, like, it's such a great, like, teamfight champ, but Absolve have been playing, like, again, they don't play 5v5s, so you've drafted for 5v5. You have to force them into that situation, as we see.
Rhythm. Oh, the culling. Cutting through Sakura there, and once again an objective taken up. This is the chance to strike. Nat has to make the play, but he's on a ward and they know about it. Absolved are just that one step ahead. They're making plays on the other side of the map, but they know what you want to do. They're not going to fall for your traps, and they're just going to get things for free.
Yeah, and they're not even scared to step into the wave here. Like, they're still able to push it in. They know they've got enough dashes. They know they've got the movement speed, everything to delay him getting in. And, you know, also, they've got their jungle on this side of the map as well. Yeah, he might not get there for the initial play, but by the time you land on them, he'll be there to follow up. And World Ender is no joke at this point. He's already shown what he can do with that.
It's made me think that this pick is maybe a bit strong. You know, like, I'm now starting to understand why people are playing it so much.
Maybe Jurassic Real needs to try an Aatrox, you know? I mean,
it's not a dinosaur. It's not a dinosaur, you know. It can't happen. It's against the rules. But one thing that is not against the rules is the 5v5 that we want to see from Inari. But at the same time, Result are playing very much against it, very much away from it. And at this moment in time, right, they are starting to build up that little bit of a lead. However, what I do want to ask you, right, is obviously the Lucian, notorious for being a very good early game with the Nami. Yes, they have the Victor. Yes, they have the Aatrox. But is there a little bit of, like, scaling into the late that we maybe favor Inari on?
I mean, maybe. I mean, they have the wombo combos and stuff, but I still feel like Absolve, Lucian Nami is still useful at mid game. Going into that late game, you still have the ability to burst people. You still have prio on mid consistently. Obviously, Zed can be an assassin and just one-shot the Lucian, but he's running exhaust, so it makes it even harder for him to get on him. And based on how the last game was played, where it was protect rhythm comp towards the end, I feel like it's a lot harder to do that. I think if name tags was off, I'd say it's quite even going into the late game. In the current game, I'd say it's still favored to Absolve.
Yeah, we're seeing once again Nat trying to get something on the bot lane going, but it's really difficult given the fact that, as you said, they have dashes, they have CC, they have ways to get out and make themselves a bit slippery, although they are actually going to go in on this play here. There's the knockup, but it doesn't get anyone, and Nat now finally making their way through. Cyclone going to be utilized, but look at how untouched Rhythm is. Finally gets knocked up, finally takes some damage, and will go down.
I mean, yeah, it just shows how strong the Lucian Nami is. I mean, they're still making plays on either side of the trading 1-for-1 down the bot side. Yeah, it's not on the ideal target, but still really good to get that trade. Finally happy to see them shut down Rhythm in some aspect, but it does come at the cost of the fact that top lanes, getting ahead again. They're making cross-map plays, so that even at the worst case, it's net neutral. So really well played on both sides. But yeah, again, I'm struggling to see how Inari is going to keep this snowball going, because you got this early kill, great. We want to see you do it again on Rhythm. We want to see it again. Maybe when the Aatrox turns up, you can take a 3v3 and it be winning. And we saw the weakness of the Nico again. Trying to ult in, didn't follow the flash, but instantly gets burst.
Well, here we go. Dragon going to be spawning. Another play that we do feel like Absolved will be all among. And they are just going to go for that one. The power is theirs. We've got a little bit of a lull when this one's taken down. I want to have a look at Nami, right? Because, we've talked about how Benlaw's been a big impact in the game, words. But also they build incredibly well for their team, right? Last game, the McHale's a massive impact into this one. You've got your own thoughts on Nami builds here.
Yeah, so I've been theory crafting. I like a good off meta build, off meta champion. That's sort of my thing. I think Nami stuff of Flow and Water. I think it sounds really fun. As we see aggressive play from top side, but
it's not going anywhere.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Get back to the important things here. Stuff of Flow and Water, right? 80 AP, right? Because when you heal someone, you get 45 AP as well. You then put that on Nami, whose W bounces and gets extra AP.
Hold on. We'll go back to this in a sec. World Ender is going to come through. The knockup will land this time, but the Corki is already dead, and now you are as well. Nico, run for your life, but it does not matter. Nat left on their own. 1v3 facing the Darkin Blade.
Yeah, I mean, Nat's reading the ganks, but he's just not there in time. He's not able to put down the damage that the World Ender can. Aatrox really showing why he's so feared. I mean, can we just put jungle back to the way it used to be, where we just had normal junglers? No top laners in that role. I just feel like
I am a voter for that. Yeah, I don't like these. Don't want to see no Darius, no Aatrox, no Zed. Like, let me just have the junglers. Where's my old school? Make some champions that are just junglers. Let's have less of this. Neferi can play every lane and jungle. I want something that can only jungle.
It just seems unfair. This Aatrox, he's fighting every stage of the game and just snowballing. I mean, Victor damage.
Absolved are just fighting all the time, everywhere, any case they want to. Emil gets a kill as well. They're 11-4. They're 4.5k up. 2 dragons in hand, plus 3 grubs. At this moment in time, everything is going their way. We talked about it. We want to see the 5v5. We want to see some plays happening, but it just feels like Inari are a little disconnected, to be honest. And I do feel like their composition isn't going to give them many favors going into this later stage.
Yeah, I feel like they're the ones that should be trying to press the go button in this game with their draft, but yet they're the ones waiting back, and they're the ones getting engaged upon. Obviously, Lucian Nami great at starting off those fights, but they're the ones getting engaged upon, and by the time they're able to try and re-engage, they're too low HP, get instantly one-shot. Aatrox is on the face of them, one-shotting them, so yeah, really crazy. Wow. I mean, look at this damage here.
That was a good block on the culling though, and that's a good knock up underneath the tower. This could be the ray of sunshine they needed, but once again, Rhythm gets away, and look who's back again. Definitely not the ray of sunshine you want to see if you are Inari. Indeed, actually, the darkness, the eclipse of the moon, more likely.
That's here as well.
Nat is here. Nat is here. A little far off though. I feel like more covering the dive than anything else. Which, you know what, is completely acceptable play.
Yeah, I mean, but again, it just shows, the Aatrox is here first. Nat's just behind them. Like, he's reading the map correctly. He's just not quite there. Just ever so slightly. And Absolve, as soon as they turn up, they press the go button, they're in, they start that fight, and they've got the burst damage. So it's really hard for Inari just to survive that bit just enough so they can buy the space with the Wukong. We might see him try and sneak in here if he can get invisible or get past the ward, but I think he's just going to clear it out.
And we're going to see objectives taken on the top side. Nat is looking, he's hunting for this play. Obviously, we still do have a lot up the side of the bot lane here. They got a few summoners. They don't have ultimates though, so this could be a little bit trickier, but a nice dodge on the Cyclone forces Nat to go away. And once again, it's a tough play as we are gonna get a meal again in the bot lane. Another kill goes down, plus the objective on both sides of the map. Absolved are once again winning, and they're not done yet. Nat needs to run for the hills. Gets himself a little bit of distance with the blast cone, but they're still getting chased. The laser's coming through. The death ray might do enough damage, but the heal coming out from Nat gives him a little bit of space. The Nami is there. The Zed trying to come through from the shadows, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Pops a meal with the death mark, and now actually maybe they've opened up for Beanlord to die too. Flash utilized, but they're on the chase. They're looking for the kill. The Zed is hungry for blood, and that fish is fried.
A slight overstay there from Absolve really opens up this Inari, able to put 2 kills on the Zed, who's been doing quite well in lane, actually, challenging this Victor consistently. But yeah, you make a play onto the bot side, you make a play onto Rhythm, all of a sudden the Avengers show up, and yeah, just absolutely blow out that play. Meanwhile, the Aatrox clearing up the Rumble, so yeah, just still, Absolve pushing the tempo. I mean, that play was attempted from that, but yeah, Absolve were there to punish, keep it going, keep this fight. They're eager to fight, and I like it. I like it a lot.
In all of that, the Rumble died as well, just to give extra tabs. Yep. All right, so the Nami, we're going to get... Actually, no, hold on. We're not talking about the build just yet, because we got Dragon in 3 seconds. Once again, up. No one's moved to it yet, which I kind of get for Inari, right? Like, they're not on any sort of tempo to get a Dragon, and I don't think they should try and fight at this moment in time. But Absolved aren't also going for it, which I was a little bit surprised by. They're more interested in this mid-tier one.
They don't go for Drake solo. They have to get a pick into the Drake, okay? As I say, they're about to just do it, aren't they? Yeah, of course, typical timing. Yeah. But they have no vision set up. So again, this is one of the pitfalls that Inari can look to exploit going forward, right? They haven't set up vision. They are walking in a blind into these objectives. If you're there in time, able to set up a trap, you might be able to burst someone. You've got an Eco, you've got a Zed, you've got Wukong. You can try and make that pick happen. Try and one-shot someone.
You got a Zed, you got the Nico on the Galio. They're trying to make it happen. The Galio will fall, and that's one down. Now they've got to run because here comes Aatrox and no one wants to be near them. So, and they've got away. This is a play. Inari's made it happen.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly the case. Not setting up vision, able to exploit it. We like to see that before an objective, not after it. But either way, it's a sign of what they can do to get back into this game. A sign of how they need to play into Absolve. And I think any team that's watching needs to note this down. Playoffs is coming up. This is something you need to look at as a way to abuse Absolve.
But it is difficult. They are 5k ahead. It's almost 20 minutes. They've got 3 dragons, and they're 1 dragon away from Soul, which is Cloud Soul, which I will be honest is awful when you're having to face against an Aatrox. Like... Sped up Aatrox when he ults? Nah, I'm good, bro.
Yeah, I'm thinking Aatrox. I'm thinking Lucian Cullen as well, just able to just chase everyone down. I mean, the Lucian's gone Black Cleaver as well. Yep, fair enough, whatever.
The move speed.
Yeah. But yeah, I feel like...
This is going to be a fight that appears out of nothing, maybe. It is going to be a 3 versus 4, which... Admittedly, with the members there, could still be quite the close battle, as we are seeing again. Waves collected in top and bot. The 1-3-1 going to give a lot more gold to Absolved.
But there's 5 of Inari moved up for this, so the fact they're not pulling the trigger in time obviously loses the side lane. You're going to lose a wave top, you're going to lose a wave bot. So drawing them over for this play and it not coming through, it's just losing. And you just got to have that instant to pull the trigger and find those punishments, but Absolve just not giving them the in that they need.
Yeah, they're playing very smart, very calculated, and they are, for all the things we're saying about, okay, Inari aren't pulling the trigger, it is also the fact that they're not being allowed to at all. Absolve aren't overstepping, they're not giving them the option to make it easy. And that is just smart play. We're going to see the Herald dropped as well. Mid should just be secured as we see a little bit more pressure applied into the bot side of the jungle. And that tier 1 is going to be crashed down. Boom goes Shelly. And then there's a nice pickup. Looking for the second one as well. Is anyone going to get in and charge that one forward? No, they're just going to let it do it by itself. And they will just walk away. No problems at all.
Yeah, just keeping it safe. No need to overextend there. Just keep it nice and relaxed. Go back, reset. Someone's going to come top, stop the Zed on his push, and then come back and regroup. But yeah, I will say, we've said that Inari needs to try and make a pick. Granted, we're saying it's what they need to do. Not an easy thing, right? Absolve do have tools of disengage. They have the Guy ulti, they have the Nami ulti. They have space that they can buy. You just need to find the right opportunity to punish it. Galio is currently split pushing on the side, so you've got to look out how much is Galio's goable. How fast can you blow up a Lucian before the guy can get there, or a
Victor? They're going on the Victor. They get the kill as well. They are in a better position than they were before. The TP is coming through. They are going to try and escape here. Galio looking for the lockdown. Just not going to land, but the Aatrox is starting to cut off any sort of escape. Ooh. Flash forward to kill the Zed. They're looking for the Wukong, and this will become a Baron.
Yeah, able to get that punish, but yeah, again, see, they've got the TP, they've got the Galio, they're able to come back and punish it. It's really hard for Inari to get into this game. Yes, that unlocks Baron for Absolve, great, but you haven't got they're TPing in. They're looking to contest this. They're just looking to apply.
Baron is a chance. Baron is a chance. They could potentially go for the win here. But right now the culling is going to ward them away. That's a lot of damage that is immediately dodged, but the flash forward, going forward, they're looking for it. Rhythm on the way. Equalizer to try and buy some space and time, and they have done a lot of damage back, but they haven't stopped the Baron yet.
No, I think the Aatrox is still hitting it, right? So that Baron will go down eventually. It might just take a couple of years, but definitely going down. Really nice try to try and punish. It was looking close to their favor, but yeah, just none of the CC landing, and so much damage put out there. I'm actually surprised by the amount of damage that Rumble was able to do in that fight. Just perfect equalizer, but just no follow-up on it.
On one item, by the way, okay, almost two, but still, Rumble, all he does is damage, I guess, but it's a lot sometimes.
I'm still not a fan of him. But I
neither.
Those are the situations where it's good, right? When they are grouped up, as we see Punish.
Ooh, Zed's going in, but this is actually going to be a massive turnaround because look who's there! It's the team of Absolved! Rhythm trying to go into the backline as we do see Nat trying to make something happen onto the Nami, but it's going to be cut short by the Darkin himself. Galio warding away the Nico, and Rumble just getting out on a slither of HP. The tower is now under threat. Baron empowered minions plus the damage that is going to come through from the Lucian, and look at that, the stun landing, the knockup's going to be there, the culling to follow through, and Nico is done, and once again through all of this chaos they're getting an objective.
Yeah, I will say, we said Inari needs to push the tempo. They push the tempo, they start the fight, but yeah, Galio ulti coming down, able to start the disengage down, and now you're facing them with Cloud Soul. You've got Aatrox running at you, Cloud Soul, you've got Lucian running at you, Cloud Soul. Galio alternating and just running at you. The taunt slows him down based on movement speed, so he'll be able to get onto your backline as well. So it's really scary now to try him in his plays. I feel like we've seen a lot of plays made in the last 8 minutes. These plays needed to be made earlier. And the same as the last game, they need to be made earlier to push Absolve off of their tempo. Now it's just a bit of their comp is very good at disengage, but yeah, yours is pick. It's very hard to sort of punish at this point because they have such a gold lead. You can't blow up fast enough to make it worthwhile.
And I've got to say, even the defensive ults to get away faster, Nami and Victor are going to be living up for that, but they don't even need it. They can just keep going forward because once again, another kill on the play. World Ender going to be utilized, then the Zed will go down, and that is 2 more taken. The wave will be pushed in the top side. Corki is going to try and maybe base race fully here. I'd kind of respect it, but they sent the Victor back. They're just going to keep taking these towers.
Yeah, he might as well get some gold, but yeah, he might need to come back to sort of save the base. I think it'd be fine. Oh.
Aatrox still on the fight. I didn't even see that was still happening. Utki just going further and further in. And why not? Look at this Aatrox. Level 16, 9-1, 1,000 gold shut down on him. And it's 22-9. They're in the base. It's 24 minutes. Inhib will fall down. And they might just keep going, Gizmo.
Yeah, they've got no reason to stop. They've got a wave now mid. sending that Victor back should allow them to open this up. But either way, they've got Baron minions. Someone maybe should stay top to push it in. But yeah, they should be double in here. Maybe more if they're able to get this pick off.
Fight again, fight again, fight again. The world end is almost up. They might just keep. I know they've got gold to spend, but it'd be more fun if they stayed. They're not going to give Inari the opportunity.
This is the UKEL. We need fights. We need fights. We need throws. We need interesting combinations. Okay. Resetting here.
Yeah, stop winning so cleanly, Absolved, you know? Be part of the league. Give us an opportunity for a throw.
Stop playing correct. Yeah.
Yeah, what do you think this is?
I feel like there's an opportunity there that they could have looked for something. You know, Lucian's got a lot of burst in his kit, can still pop that off. But yeah, either way, this is the correct play. Come back out on map, push bot. You've got a lot of standing gold there. You've got a lot of gold to spend. They've just won 2 fights back to back. You know, when they come back off map, it's less chance of them ever losing.
Oh my days! Rumble goes down so
I didn't even see him in the minion wave there.
Neither did I. I was just seeing like the walk across, and I was thinking, Atrio's got crazy long legs, by the way. What the hell is that? But anyway, moving on. Like when he was running fast, it looked weird. Like it was just a bit strange. But anyway, we're going to see another fight. This could be the end of the game. World Ender not popped just yet, but that was a lot of damage onto the clone. Fortunately, they were able to avoid it, and that is still very much healthy, but the base is going to be knocked on once again. Tier 2 drops. Now they're looking for the final Tier 3 tower.
Yeah, I mean, Inari technically still have 6 members on their team, but it's not enough. Sorry, just a clone joke scattered in there, but yeah.
Well, they were 5 for a moment, but now they're going to be back to 4. Rumble is coming up in a second. That is a second inhib taken. That's a 3rd tower, and it will be the 3rd inhib as well. Do we see the fight for the base right now in front of the face of Inari? That is what I'm looking for, Gizmo.
Yeah, 5 up. This is the time to do it. We'll see what the Rumble ulti comes. Well, Rumble no ulti. So this is the time to sort of push them under tower. They can't clear these waves, so maybe just bleed them out slowly. Lucian just free hitting tower.
Culling utilized. Tower's taking a lot of damage. We're seeing the poke from the Aatrox. That's one done. They're looking for the second. They're moving forward. Nico with the knock up at the Zhonya's. The dash, it's all too much. They get away from it, and Absolved are just playing so clean and clinical, not allowing Inari a single ounce of resolve, but they do get one back. The Aatrox falls down, but what else can they do? The victor is strong. Emil plays time. Look at the Galio setting him up, and they will take down Inari 2-0.
Honestly, I thought then they were just going to go straight for the end on the Nexus, but I'm so happy they went for the fight. Like, just clean wipe at the end. Great. Yeah, I mean, Absolve pushing tempo consistently. Inari we saw some life. We saw some attempts to try and get back into the game, but just a little bit too late again. I still don't think Nico is great in these team fights, despite other reasons. But they had ways in. They were able to make plays. Turns out Gallo's very good in topside into Rumble. That's good. Covered a lot of their flaws in this game. Really great. And yeah, they did the correct thing to end out the game. Did it very smoothly. Great gameplay from Absolve, really.
No, indeed. Do not get it twisted. Inari are still a very good team. I'm excited to see them play more. I'm excited to see them when they get to playoffs. I do wonder what seed they're going to make it in, because obviously we still have a few games left to play. But all in all, they're a really good team to watch, and they have a lot of potential. Absolve, though, they're just showing why they're the top team in the league at the moment. They are just making games happen their way, and someone's got to figure out how they're going to take wins from this Goliath. But that is not going to be up to us, Gizmo. We're going to throw this one over to our analyst desk, break down game 2, break down the series, and let us know what you think.
Cheers, J-Real. That was a quick 2-0 if I've ever seen one. Very convincing game here from Absolve. Bandits, how are we feeling after this? This is exactly as you predicted.
Exactly as I predicted. It was, even though a very different sort of draft from the side of Inari, the result quite similar, and also the way in which they achieved it, once again quite similar. Lane advantages being translated into mid-game picks and ending in a big objective, immediately ending the game. It's a bit of Groundhog Day vibes.
I think it was just mainly clean and concise League of Legends that you'd like to see from the top team in the league right now. Even when curveballs are thrown in draft, it just doesn't seem to shake them.
Exactly.
It's exactly.
Like, oh.
Yeah, go ahead, Nick.
Okay. This is the Dutch thing where like, oh, you want to speak? Okay, you go ahead, and then you say the same thing again. Anyway, so what I wanted to say was like at the beginning of the split, I think most of the casters, including myself, were like, what about Soimamik? What about the jungler as well? Like, they are the rookies of Absolved, and how are they going to mash, right? Because all of the attention goes to Rhythm and Emil. But I think this game specifically, Inari was playing pretty good against Rhythm and Emil, kind of making them take the back seat. And then the jungler and the top laner, they step up. They make sure that they can carry the game. I have never seen an Aatrox B1 play that well, going 10-1 before being shut down in the very end. That is some ridiculous plays.
It was absolutely devastating to see.
It's really that, and where we saw Utki in the previous game kind of take on a more supportive role for his bot lane. He was absolutely stealing the show in this one, and even kind of pulling his bot lane back in afterwards. Like, he was spending some time top. That opened the door for Inari to actually gain some agency in bot lane, pull this Corki back into the game, and what happened afterwards felt like the embodiment, oh, whoops, sorry guys, let me make that up to you. And I completely wipe away the Inari bot lane, bringing order once more to Ship.
I mean, that was the play that started it all. We also got it ready for us in the replays. It was Utki, really, his series, actually. This was the play that really started the snowball.
Yeah. And I think it's a very good knowledge of your bot lane saying, okay, guys, we have the wave shove. They have no vision. It's going to crash pretty soon. And that means that Nico and Nico, they're going to step up. So you can easily go for the gank. You see the bubble not landing, but it makes sure that Corki stays in that zone where Aatrox gets the pullback. Then he just flashes after. And then that's a massive triple and really the start of him just running the show.
And this is really kind of where it started to become very clear that these were no longer small laning advantages. This time they get to stack the Drakes even more. They are completely running this map, and everywhere where Inari wants to gain information and maybe regain a footing onto the rift once more, they are met with one big bad Aatrox, and he's bringing down the house.
Yeah, it was an absolutely gorgeous performance, really just not only enabling that bot lane, but also just the rest of the map. At a certain point, I think he's like tanking Baron as well for a half a minute while his team is just, you know, playing like a little Shaco Jester going and just distracting the team, really. That also really was a pivotal moment in this game that we should have as our next replay.
Yeah, I mean, I wish we could have the comms in here, because I am assured that they're all whistling very innocently while their Aatrox is doing the hard work. And it doesn't really matter as long as they don't die in this fight, that is all that matters. And that's exactly what they got done. They split up the fight once again. They're not allowing Inari to get these front to backs. And when the fights are split up, that is when Absolve are absolutely running this game. They did it in game 1, and they're doing it again. But now, simultaneously, somehow, they're also doing Baron. So, riddle me that.
No, this was a moment after they've taken the Baron. Yeah. Yes. They had already secured it here. Sorry for the bait.
I will say it's a little bit of a highlight that I think, not just in this moment, but a couple of times where Sakura got caught a few times on a Nico. I think at moments where it shouldn't really happen. I usually dislike highlighting specifically one player, but in this case, I think I should. The only thing that you can really do against that is play a little bit safer and really abuse the opportunities that Nico gives you. Because I think it's actually pretty difficult to play support in the role that you pick her. But you also have to be so good at the champion and really find those points of engagement without wasting either the ultimate on absolutely no one and really abusing the Nico passive. I don't think I've really seen it with a minion, for example.
And I think if we're on the topic of shedding some light on the other players, I think particularly this game where we were taking a look at Emil, and he was having to blind his mid laner. He's facing off against a Zed. No one's Zed. And he gets through lane completely equal. I think that is one of those stabilizing factors that enabled Utki to start running the map, that enabled Absolve to start focusing on these side lanes, because they didn't have a gaping hole in the bottom of their ship that was taking on water by the second. So I think we should definitely give some respect there for Emil for making sure that despite facing off against a big counter pick, he was getting through that laning phase scatheless.
Yeah, because no one did pick up a couple kills here and there, and at a certain point we're like, can this Zed actually take over the game? That didn't happen because this Vixor was just always running right next to him, was never left out of the fights, and especially when we saw that final base defense attempt from Inari, we really saw the Vixor also take off once Lucian was taken out of the equation, once the Aatrox was completely on the other side of the fight. He was still a absolute tour de force as well.
They really just catapulted throughout all of the neutral objectives that they got throughout the entire game, and that of course it gave Victor passive gold as well. And like even if no one gets a couple of kills, in the end he really couldn't abuse that lead. I saw Somimik with the Galio saving his team a couple of times. Normally you think like, okay, Galio doesn't really do that against the Zed because of the shielding. It's only against magic damage, but there's also a knock-up that appears, making sure that Zed has to dash away in order to not get knocked up there. And if he stays in, yes, he gets to deal damage, but then he gets taunted as well, and that's just death immediately. So using the ultimate at the correct points where Zed hasn't really done his entire combo yet, I think that really saved the game multiple times.
Yeah, I think it just goes to show how strong of a team Absolved is. We had some question marks going in at the start of the day, like how would they match up against these other top 4 teams? Turns out pretty good. Inari Esports, I feel, on the other hand, this is maybe just a little bump in the road. Still, we think we have seen great things from them in a couple past weeks. This might just be another little reality check for them.
I think it's exactly just that. And with that result, I think it is important to get a big picture view and see how this has solidified Absolve's reign at the very top of the 4 nations, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, let's take a look at the standings after 4 weeks and 1 day of UKEL 4 Nations action. You spoiled the best part already. Absolved all the way at the top, 5-1 in series, 11-1 in games. But still up there, a lot of the other teams that we had expected, such as Broad and Friends in our esports, also still high up there. Obviously, we're looking for that top 4. Getting a good seed in the playoffs is what we are looking for. Broad and Friends in our esports, Bandits UK, maybe on thin ice.
And the time start to tick right now, and you have to perform every single match. You cannot afford to slack any longer. So it is really time for all these teams that are teetering around the edge to get up, wake up, and start to get to work.
All I'm gonna say is I cannot wait to see Absolve versus Gucci. That's all I'm gonna say. I cannot wait.
I'm just quickly gonna go through the standings. That is next week, actually. So you won't have to wait much longer, Nick.
Yes. That's gonna be a banger game.
Absolutely. Now, gentlemen, do we have any thoughts we would like to share before we close off tonight's stream, tonight's action-packed, absolutely dominating run by Absolved?
Nick, you want to go first?
Sure. I think it's very strong showing from Absolved. I think all of the doubts that we kind of had at the beginning of the show, they're immediately cleared by them. The only doubts that remain are still with Inari. I really like that every single player on the side of Absolved really stepped up when they needed to. It means that it's not just a 2-man show in Rhythm and the Meal. Nope, every single person on that team can step up, fulfill their role, even take on the carry pens themselves if they really need to. So I'm very excited to see what Absolve can do towards the end of the group stage and into the playoffs.
And I will be singing a very similar tune. I think today we witnessed Absolve diversifying their ways of winning. Their path to victory can be built upon a set of different characters right now. And even from top lane, we have seen some early game map roaming coming through. So they're really highlighting to everyone in the league that they are not just a one-trick wonder. They are the real deal. Come and get it.
All right, well, I don't think I have better words to close it off with. Gentlemen, I want to thank you so much for all your analysis and all your insights for tonight, as well as everyone who participated in the previous series and on the caster desk. Shout out to everyone at production. You were great tonight, and you at home, you were also particularly great tonight. Thank you for tuning in. This Thursday, we'll be back with 2 new series. UKEL is absolutely not done yet, and now the race to playoffs is really going to get into an extra gear. We'd like to see you there this Thursday, same place, same time. See you there.